Hestia leaned gently against Blake's back, her voice calm, yet filled with resolute belief. Blake, I've always believed in you. If someone with potential as miraculous as yours can't level up, then no one from the lower world ever will. No one knew him better than she did. She had seen it all, his struggles, his growth, and the overwhelming strength simmering beneath his calm exterior. Blake smiled faintly, a touch of confusion in his voice. I appreciate that. But did I level up? I don't feel any different. Hestia shook her head, pulling back slightly, her expression turning serious. Not yet. I wanted you to choose your path first. It's a critical decision, one that will shape your future. Development abilities. Unlike base stats, development abilities could only be gained during a level up. They didn't just improve numbers. They expanded your potential, refined your talents, and granted you unique advantages. For example, a blacksmith might gain forge, enhancing the quality and functionality of their crafted weapons. A skilled pharmacist could earn alchemy, boosting the potency of their potions and unlocking the potential to create miraculous elixirs. But these weren't abilities Blake could obtain. He wasn't a blacksmith, nor a pharmacist. Instead, the system looked at a person's accumulated experience. The greater and more diverse their accomplishments, the more options they'd have at the moment of level up. Still, only one development ability could be selected. That's why Hestia had paused his advancement. She suspected Blake had triggered multiple possibilities. You've probably figured that out already, she said, locking eyes with him. So I'll tell you directly. You have 3 development abilities to choose from. 3. Blake repeated, intrigued. Which ones? Hestia raised a finger. First is Hunter, a rare ability, only unlocked after defeating a massive number of monsters in a short time. It enhances your power when fighting monsters you've already encountered. It's incredibly useful in dungeon exploration. Many elite adventurers envy this ability. She raised a second finger. Second is Mage. It only appears for those who have mastered the use of magic. It enhances your spell's power, range, and efficiency. A mage is considered high tier, respected even among magic users. Then she paused before holding up a third. And finally, Mystery. Blake's eyes narrowed. There are fewer than 5 people in all of Oreo who possess this one. It's practically divine in nature. If a pharmacist had it, they might create an elixir of immortality. A blacksmith with Mystery could forge weapons that surpass even legendary blades. Hestia's voice lowered slightly, her tone turning solemn. This ability is revered and dangerous. If others find out you possess it, they'll stop at nothing to steal you away. Her gaze lingered on him. That's why I'm warning you. Choose wisely. She didn't pressure him. Despite her childlike antics, Hestia was a god, one who respected Blake's will. But she couldn't hide the spark of excitement in her eyes. As a goddess who descended to the mortal world in search of wonder, Mystery's potential thrilled her. Blake remained silent for a moment. Hunter, Mage, Mystery. Hunter was powerful, but Blake didn't plan to live in the dungeon. That alone made it unfit. Mage was tempting, but his magic was more supportive than destructive. Enhanced magic, wind spirit dash, and sword spirit. He was more a swordsman than a spellcaster, which left him with Mystery. The unknown, the unpredictable, the divine. He didn't believe in fate. But miracles? Those intrigued him. It was a gamble. He could gain everything, or nothing. But wasn't that what made it exciting? A confident grin formed on his lips. I choose Mystery, Blake said. Hestia's eyes lit up, a broad smile spreading across her face. I understand. Without wasting a second, she took out a fine needle, pricked her finger, and let a droplet of divine blood fall onto Blake's back. Let's get you leveled up. As the blood sank into his fauna, Blake felt a warm, surging energy stir inside him. By the way, Hestia said casually, you do remember that after leveling up, your base stats will reset, right? Blake, still facing away, nodded. Yes, that was standard. Whenever someone leveled up, their ability values returned to the base rank. But that didn't mean they lost power. The gains were hidden, stored within their body as invisible potential. In reality, The reset simply allowed for further growth. For example, if someone's strength was 100 before leveling and they gained 50% upon leveling, their new baseline would be 150. But Blake was a special case. 2 days ago, Hestia said, you'd already maxed out your current ability vessel. It was overflowing, but you hadn't leveled up yet because you hadn't achieved something significant. She looked pleased now. Now that you have, all of that overflow will be absorbed into your new vessel, making you even stronger. She handed him a thick stack of papers, the updated fauna. Blake stared at the glowing numbers and symbols. His journey had only just begun, but he was no ordinary adventurer. He had chosen mystery, and the world would soon come to understand just what kind of miracle that would be. In just 1 week, you didn't just break the ability cap, you shattered it. Repeatedly. And even after leveling up, your base stats kept climbing, Hestia said, puffing her cheeks in exaggerated frustration as she handed the status sheet over. Yet, her eyes sparkled with pride. Blake, you're honestly a monster. Blake accepted the paper with a wry smile, already used to her dramatics. If Loki finds out about this, she's going to lose her mind. She'll probably start banging her chest in regret. Ugh, I can't wait to see it. Hestia chuckled, suddenly grinning with mischievous glee at the thought. Blake could only shake his head, half amused and half helpless, as he glanced at the updated record of his stats. Blake Silverstone, Level 2, Strength, SSS, 2000, G, 284. Endurance, SSS, 2000, G, 267. Dexterity, SSS, 2000, G, 276. Agility, SSS, 2000, G, 297. Magic, SSS, 2000, G, 289. Mystery Magic, Enhancement Magic, Sword Spirit, Aerial, Skills, Blessed by Fortune, One Sword to Rule All. Development abilities, much like base abilities, were graded from S down to I. But unlike base stats, they didn't improve through training or combat alone. They had no proficiency meter. Instead, their growth was tied entirely to real-world experience. A blacksmith with a forging ability would need to craft weapons, honing their skill through practice. A pharmacist with alchemy would grow by brewing potions and elixirs. For Blake, who had awakened the enigmatic ability known as mystery, growth would come through experimentation, usage, and exploring the unknown. He nodded, satisfied. Not bad. He then turned to Hestia. Update Lily's ability values too. Huh? Oh, right. Lily, Hestia exclaimed, snapping out her daydream. She leapt off the bed with renewed energy and scurried over to the waiting supporter. Let's see. If we're lucky, you might break into rank F today. Lily beamed with anticipation. Watching the two squabble and fuss over the update, Blake allowed himself a quiet smile before stepping out of the room. Later that night, Blake lay on his bed, gazing up at the ceiling in deep thought. So the war game is in 3 days, and the journey to the middle floors takes about 2, he murmured. Perfect timing. He closed his eyes, unconcerned. While the whole of Oreo was abuzz with talk of the war game, he didn't spare it much thought. To Blake, time was better spent in the dungeon, training, growing stronger, and pushing his limits. He had plenty of trump cards now, but they weren't infinite. Once used, they left him weakened. That wouldn't be enough if he hoped to return to the Silverstone family, reclaim everything taken from him, and rescue Leah from their clutches. Not when that house still had 2, perhaps 3, Mal-level monsters waiting in the shadows. If he was to face them, he'd need strength. Real strength. So, while the city prepared for spectacle, Blake slipped into the dungeon for 2 days of silent, ruthless training. Meanwhile, Oreo transformed into a city on the verge of celebration. News of the war game between the Apollo and Hestia familia spread like wildfire. Whispers turned into conversations, and those conversations into bets. Most believed the outcome was a foregone conclusion. The Apollo familia had hundreds. The Hestia familia had 2. It was absurd. And yet, the divine circles were abuzz with rumors. Rumors that Blake Silverstone was no ordinary adventurer. that he had the strength to rival a level 5, perhaps even beyond. The gods whispered his name. The people, curious and hungry for drama, began to watch with interest. The tension turned festive, as if Oreo itself was preparing for a grand event. In the shadows, the Apollo Familia had already begun to move. As the defending side, they departed the city early, heading toward their designated battleground, a towering fortress situated in the ruins of an ancient plain. The war game would be held in one of Aurario's oldest military sites, a relic from a time long before the gods had descended to this world. Built to shield the outer towns from dungeon-spawned monsters, these fortresses had once lined the land like bulwarks of civilization. Most had crumbled into history, but this one had survived, barely. Though weathered and ancient, it had been used sparingly until just a century ago. It still stood, tall and formidable, in the heart of a desolate open plain. No forests, no cliffs, just a lone stone giant in the middle of nowhere. The perfect stage for a clash of fates. And soon, it would become the battlefield where everything would change.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The location for this war game was set at the ruins. It took an entire day for the 200 members of the Apollo Familia to arrive there. These 200 individuals represented nearly all of the Apollo Familia's combat-capable members. The ones who didn't come were either mere supporters, novice adventurers, administrative staff, or those who had wisely left the Apollo Familia following Blake's earlier declaration. Upon arrival, the members immediately got to work repairing the walls and organizing supplies, including weapons, tools, and provisions. Their preparations were meticulous. Clearly, even though the situation heavily favored Apollo, the god was unwilling to risk losing due to negligence. Despite Apollo's unpleasant personality and anger over Blake's actions, his strategic planning skills were undeniable, a testament to his years as a deity, full of wisdom and confidence. However, none of this concerned Blake. His objectives were straightforward: utterly crush the Apollo Familia and, if given the chance, eliminate Apollo himself. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Traveling from Oreo to the battlefield location required an entire day. The guild took 2 days to set up the venue, allotting 1 day for the defending Apollo Familia to prepare. As the attacking side, the Hestia Familia could only depart after those 2 days, and including the travel time, the war game would officially begin on the 3rd day. That morning, Blake left Oreo. A carriage was already prepared outside the city walls. Carrying no luggage and dressed in casual attire, he stopped in front of the carriage at the city gates. Hestia and Lily were there as well. Seeing him stop by the carriage, Hestia looked up at Blake. There was no worry in her eyes, only trust. "I'll wait here for you to come back safely," she said. "Master Blake, make sure to crush them in style," Lily added, pumping her fist in excitement. She knew her participation as a mere level 1 adventurer would be more of a hindrance, so she opted to cheer him on instead. Blake responded with a smile, gently patting their heads. His calm demeanor made them smile as well, as if he were heading off on a leisurely trip instead of a life-threatening war game. Under the farewells of familiar faces like Seer and Ryu, Blake boarded the carriage, which slowly disappeared from view. "Lily, let's go back," Hestia said after a long exhale. "Got it, Lady Hestia," Lily replied. Hestia's lightheartedness left the crowd amazed as they returned to their home. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Blake quietly assessed his current state. Thanks to 2 days of relentless combat on the 30th floor against groups of level 3 monsters, his stats had surged again, reaching S rank across the board. However, this period of training had also been a test of endurance. Facing hundreds of level 3 monsters simultaneously was challenging, even for him. Despite being a level 2 adventurer with stats rivaling level 4S and possessing both perceptual distortion and enhancement magic, the risk was significant. Several times, he nearly got injured or exhausted. Slaughtering hundreds of level 3 monsters required far more energy to sustain one sword to rule all than before. On top of that, the dungeon itself seemed to have a will, taking advantage of his weakened state to spawn hordes of monsters. By the time he returned to the safe zone on the 18th floor each time, he was utterly drained. This reality highlighted why adventurers formed parties. Soloing in the deeper floors of the dungeon was perilous, even for level 5 adventurers. Killing over 1,000 monsters netted me 100 luck points. My current total is 540. I can use the beginner Luck Plunder skill 3 times now since it's stacked. Plus, I've exchanged the monster crystals for money and stocked up on powerful potions for mana recovery and healing. Exhaling softly, his blue eyes gleamed. His luck points were assets, and his current strength, equivalent to an elite mid-class devil in terms of magic power, was another testament to his growth. Even without using his trump cards like Sword Spirit, Ito Shura, Ito Resetsu, or Excalibur, he could already take on an ordinary high-class devil. This dungeon world truly is fantastic. Such rapid progress in such a short time. Watching the scenery outside the window, Blake's lips curled into a faint smile. He then closed his eyes, preparing himself. He would soon need to unleash the full power of Excalibur, a feat that would drain most of his mana, even now. Back in Oreo, the city was abuzz with activity. Today, the streets were livelier than ever, resembling a festival. Every tavern opened early in the morning, stalls filled the roadside, and posters promoting the Hestia Familia versus Apollo Familia war game adorned every wall. This over-the-top publicity turned Oreo into a citywide carnival, making the war game a source of public entertainment. Naturally, the gods were behind this. Their penchant for chaos and excitement ensured that the war game became a grand spectacle. It was like a major sports event. After 2 to 3 days of relentless hype, today almost every adventurer took the day off. Many joined in on gambling, taking the entertainment aspect to its peak. The guild, despite prohibiting direct conflicts between familias, often capitalized on war games by collaborating with merchants, turning them into massive commercial opportunities. In front of the guild headquarters, a stage was set up. A guild employee, holding a magical device that worked like a microphone, addressed the massive crowd with a booming voice. "Greetings, everyone. I'll be your commentator for today's war game. Please look forward to the event." And thus, with Oreo in high spirits and the stage set, the grand war game began. The purpose of this event. The reasons for turning the war game into such a grand spectacle were multifaceted. First, it helped invigorate the city's atmosphere, reframing the war game as a form of entertainment rather than a brutal conflict between familias. This approach avoided unsettling the common citizens and likening it to underground brawling. Second, it served as a major opportunity to generate profit, with festivities akin to a large-scale festival. The gods' efforts and promotion had clearly been amplified by the guild's behind-the-scenes operations. Additionally, the event demonstrated Aurario's strength to the rest of the world, almost as a show of force, attracting talented and promising adventurers to the city. Most importantly, war games were a pinnacle of entertainment for the gods, who had descended to the mortal realm out of boredom. It was unthinkable for them not to find immense enjoyment in a rare event like this one. While the people of Oreo bustled with excitement, the gods began to gather within Babel Tower. On the 30th floor, the gods most eager for the war game assembled. Hestia and Apollo were among them. Hestia, I can't wait to see the look on your face when your child is obliterated by magic bombardments. It truly excites me. Apollo sneered, watching Hestia approach. My Blake won't die in this game. Rather, you should worry about your own children. Although, considering your attitude, abandoning them probably isn't beneath you, Hestia replied calmly, though her body briefly tensed. While anger and cruelty may be experiences for us gods, you've gone too far, she said, her voice taking on a tinge of fury. Apollo chuckled, seemingly relishing her reaction. True, it is a first for me as well. Though I felt quite vexed by that disrespectful silver-haired boy, I also experienced a rather novel thrill. Should I thank him? With his life, perhaps? I have nothing more to say to you. The outcome is already decided. Hestia's tone turned cold as she shot him one last glance before walking past him into the gathering. The war game was set to begin at noon, and it was almost time. From their seats of honor, Loki and Freya scanned the assembled gods before making an announcement. Now that the time has come, let's get started, Loki declared, grinning. Let begin, Freya echoed. The gathered gods snapped their fingers in unison. The projection of the war game. Buzz across Oreo, in every tavern, street corner, and even outside the guild headquarters, countless floating projections appeared in the air. These screens displayed a fortress, the stronghold where the Apollo Familia was entrenched. Wow! The appearance of the magical projections caused an uproar among the citizens. Such feats were possible only through divine power. The gods had established strict rules forbidding the use of their divine powers in the mortal realm. Any deity caught breaking this rule would be banished back to the heavens. However, there was one exception: the divine mirror, a power akin to clairvoyance that allowed gods to view distant events in real time. This ability was permitted solely for entertainment purposes, such as during war games. Unauthorized use outside such events was still strictly forbidden. Thanks to this power, even those far from the battlefield could witness the war game unfold. As the screens illuminated the city, the guild's commentator began their announcement. This war game is between the Hestia Familia and the Apollo Familia. The chosen format is a siege battle. As you can see, the Apollo Familia is fully prepared within their fortress. But what's truly astonishing is that the Hestia Familia has only sent a single member into battle. Now, where is this Blake, the man surrounded by so much recent hype? The start of the war game is just moments away. The commentator's passionate narration whipped the crowd into a frenzy. Finally, the bell tolled, a deep, resonant chime. Dong! With that, the commentator declared, I hereby announce the beginning of the war game between the Hestia Familia and the Apollo Familia. Woohoo! The deafening cheers erupted like thunder, filling the city with fervent energy. Far away, in the stronghold serving as the battleground, Apollo Familia's captain, the handsome human Hyacinthus Cleo, sat on a throne in the fortress's heart. Through a window, he surveyed the packed defenses and bustling preparations below. The war game format was a siege battle lasting 3 days. Victory conditions were simple. If Apollo Familia's captain, Hyacinthus, survived for 3 days or defeated Blake, the victory would be theirs. Conversely, if Blake breached the fortress, defeated Hyacinthus, or seized the Familia's flag, the Hestia Familia would win. Defeat for Apollo Familia would mean the lives of their members and the banishment of their god, Apollo, from Oreo. Staring out of the window, Hyacinthus's gaze darkened with loathing. There's no way that guy could openly breach the fortress. He'll definitely try to infiltrate, find the flag, and secure victory, right? With that reasoning, Hyacinthus kept the flag on his person, surrounding himself with nearly half of the Apollo Familia's members, while the remaining forces patrolled the fortress. The defenses were airtight. To Hyacinthus, this was Blake's only possible strategy for victory. The fortress itself was fairly large, designed to require at least 200 defenders, which was still insufficient. By concentrating half of the Familia's forces around himself, Hyacinthus left the rest of the fortress understaffed. No matter. He'll come here eventually. Hyacinthus clenched the armrest of his throne, his handsome face twisting with hatred. When he does, I'll settle the humiliation of those past days. Hyacinthus worshipped Apollo fervently. Because of this admiration, he deeply despised Blake, who had openly humiliated Apollo and turned him into a laughingstock in Oreo. His hatred ran so deep that he wished to tear Blake apart. To Hyacinthus, this war game was a golden opportunity to openly torture and kill Blake. How could he not be thrilled? But was this really his opportunity? Dong! As the bell, signaling the start of the war game, echoed through the ancient ruins, The atmosphere inside the fortress shifted. Unlike the festive mood in Oreo, the Apollo Familia soldiers stationed in the stronghold felt their hearts tighten. This wargame, set as a siege battle, had a 3-day time limit. Though their opponent was just one man, a situation that could hardly be described as outnumbered, this man had single-handedly wiped out hundreds of beastmen and intimidated even level 5 adventurers. He had once paralyzed Hyacinthos with just a glance. Despite their numerical and positional advantages, the soldiers of the Apollo Familia couldn't ignore their enemy's overwhelming strength. The tension spread throughout the fortress, creating a heavy atmosphere. However, the mood on the walls was starkly different, relaxed, and even cheerful. There's no way he'd try to attack the fortress head-on, right? The archers stationed on the walls kept their eyes on the vast plains surrounding the fortress, chatting casually as they observed the empty landscape. The plains in front of the fortress were almost devoid of cover. With decent eyesight, there was no way to miss any movement across the open field. Moreover, none of them believed that Blake would foolishly approach the fortress head-on and begin a frontal assault. This certainty made their guard relatively light. He's definitely going to sneak into the fortress to attack the captain and steal the flag, one archer remarked. Exactly, another agreed. No one would try to take a fortress alone. Only an idiot would try something like that. The archers of the Apollo Familia firmly believed this. Maybe he'll try to test the strength of the walls with magic first. If he could use magic to breach the walls, he'd go for a direct assault. But we're archers, right? Typically, the power and range of magic corresponded to the length of the incantation. Magic with devastating power required long and complex chants. Such spells could level a forest and might breach the fortress walls. However, these powerful spells consumed vast amounts of mental energy, making the caster an easy target due to the noticeable magic fluctuations and prolonged chanting. For that reason, archers believed that Blake wouldn't use magic to breach the walls, especially since his public level was only 1, far from what was needed for such feats. This confidence left the archers feeling at ease. The enemy wouldn't attack head-on. Instead, he would sneak into the fortress and aim for the flag. Or so they thought. What happened next would become a nightmare that haunted the Apollo Familia soldiers for the rest of their lives. One of the archers, chatting casually with a colleague, glanced at the plains out of habit. He froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, and shouted, "Look over there!" At his exclamation, every archer on the wall turned to look. There, across the open plains in front of the fortress, a lone figure walked steadily toward them, his long coat flapping in the wind. The archers, with their sharp eyesight, quickly recognized the figure, a silver-haired human. There was no mistaking it. This was the lone warrior representing the Hestia Familia. Blake. In full view of the archers, Blake strode forward, undeterred by the wind. He neither chanted any magic nor made any effort to hide. Calmly, he advanced. As he raised his head slightly, his piercing blue eyes met the stunned gazes of the archers on the wall. The sheer composure in his gaze sent shivers through the hearts of every Apollo Familia archer. Release the arrows. On the wall, the hysterical scream of an archer rang out. Following that, all the archers, driven by an inexplicable fear, frantically raised their bows and aimed downward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 2 to 3 seconds later, a torrential rain of arrows poured down from the city walls, tracing nearly perfect parabolas in the air, enveloping the area where Blake was located. Before him, the entire field of vision was shrouded by the overwhelming arrow rain. However, Blake's expression didn't change in the slightest. It was as if he was planning to walk directly into the deluge of arrows, causing an uproar among the viewers in Oreo. In the next moment, facing the arrows, Blake continued his leisurely steps. Above him, however, appeared nearly 100 sword auras, which, like a counterattack, intercepted the rain of arrows. Before everyone's stunned eyes, every single arrow was pierced through, leaving only a heap of shattered fragments on the ground. So strong. At this moment, the spectators and gods watching through the screens were left speechless. Some didn't understand this technique of Blake's, while others who did were equally shocked. Even so, witnessing his nonchalant stroll and the effortless neutralization of the enemy's attack, without even lifting a finger, left everyone in awe. Was this supposed to be a crisis-laden war game, or just a casual walk? That thought crossed the minds of most viewers and gods alike. What the? Even the spectators in front of the screens were left gaping in astonishment, let alone the Apollo Familia members stationed on the city wall, who were so shocked that they held their breath. Fire. Keep firing. Don't let him get closer. Mages, start chanting magic and blow him to pieces. Seeing Blake continuing to advance so leisurely, the defenders yelled in panic. After all, their lives were at stake in this game. If they didn't go all out, it would be over for them. Meanwhile, within the city, Hyacinthus and other Apollo Familia members heard the commotion outside and hurriedly rushed toward the wall. He had not anticipated that Blake would dare attempt a head-on assault. Still, this works out. If you're so eager to meet your doom, I'll grant your wish. Hyacinthus' face twisted with sadistic glee as he seethed with hatred. Back on the wall, the Apollo Familia adventurers were growing increasingly terrified. Even their magic had been blocked by that dense barrier of sword auras, leaving Blake completely unharmed. What's the situation? Arriving at the wall, Hyacinthus asked in a grave tone. Captain, we can't harm him at all. The adventurer he questioned responded with a mixture of shame and frustration. Still, there was a hint of relief, because now the entire Apollo Familia was present. If they all chanted magic together, the combined power would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Surely, even that sword or a defense couldn't hold up. His arrogance won't last much longer. Everyone, prepare to chant magic. Pour all your power into it and obliterate him in one go. Archers, keep firing. Hyacinthus commanded with a cruel smirk before starting to chant his own most powerful magic. Yes, sir. The rest of the Apollo Familia members who could use magic responded with similarly vicious smiles and began their chants. The air filled with waves of magical energy, and radiant magic circles formed in a continuous array, illuminating the dim sky. This scene, transmitted through the screens, captivated every onlooker in Orio, who held their breath and focused intently. All eyes were now on the silver-haired boy, his expression unchanged as they eagerly awaited how he would resolve the crisis. He's already reached his limit so soon. Indeed, Hestia Familia's child is too reckless, charging head-on like that. He's turned himself into a magic target. Inside Babel Tower on the 30th floor, a group of gods was chatting animatedly. Apollo wore a smug expression of triumph, a cold smile on his face. Blake, what on earth are you trying to do? Loki squinted, her gaze sharp with suspicion. Based on her knowledge of Blake, he must have something up his sleeve. Let me see the brilliance you're hiding. Freya's beautiful eyes were wide with anticipation, watching every moment without missing a single detail. She showed no trace of concern. Hephaestus, on the other hand, watched silently, her expression neutral, as if completely indifferent. Among them, only Hestia remained calm, her gaze filled with unwavering trust as she looked at the screen. This puzzled the other gods, who couldn't fathom what Hestia was thinking. At that moment, Blake finally made a move, catching the attention of all the gods. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Blake's right hand began to glow with dazzling golden light. A sword exuding regal majesty appeared in his hand. The silver blade emitted a faint blue glow, while the hilt and crossguard were adorned with gold accents. What is that? The Sword of Kings. Through the screens, the gods recognized the divine sword in Blake's hand, their faces filled with astonishment. They could sense that this blade embodied dominion and destruction, symbolizing the essence of a king. As Blake grasped the sword, he emanated an aura of royalty. This intangible quality was undetectable by most adventurers, but these divine beings could clearly perceive it. Before the gods could ponder further, Blake raised the sword, now surrounded by massive particles of light that illuminated the overcast sky with unparalleled radiance. In the next instant, he swung the sword toward the city walls, the blade releasing a colossal beam of light that seemed to tear through time and space, large enough to engulf the entire city. In the face of this overwhelming slash, the combined magic of the Apollo Familia was effortlessly obliterated, as if it were nothing more than ripples in a pond. Boom! Before the Apollo Familia, or even the spectators in Oreo, could process what had happened, a deafening explosion erupted from the city. A towering column of light shot skyward, scattering the heavy clouds and nearly blinding everyone with its brilliance. The massive shock wave uprooted the grass across the plains, sending it flying far into the distance. Amid this breathtaking scene, Blake stood firm against the fierce winds, as unshakable as a mountain. His face was slightly pale as he gripped the restored holy sword, silently observing the devastation he had wrought. Seconds later, when the blinding radiance finally faded, what remained was mere rubble of the once mighty fortress. It had been completely obliterated, leaving behind a massive, scorched crater that still emitted heat, as if declaring the destruction that had just occurred. The fortress, once proud and unyielding, was now reduced to nothing, while the members of the Apollo Familia had vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. Excalibur. One strike had utterly annihilated this ancient fortress city. Gulp. Watching this overwhelming spectacle, the crowd glued to the viewing crystal fell into a stunned silence. Their thoughts and expressions seemed to freeze entirely, leaving only the occasional unconscious sound of swallowing to echo. Oreo, known as the center of the world, was shrouded in an eerie stillness, shaken to its core by Blake's display of raw power. It wasn't just the human and demi-human spectators who were struck speechless. Even the gods themselves were no exception. Inside Babel Tower, a deathly quiet atmosphere began to spread as the gods, too shocked to speak, processed what they had witnessed. Among them, Apollo stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. His familia had been entirely wiped out in that blinding light, signaling his absolute defeat in the war game. In a corner of the room, Hestia's wide eyes remained fixed on the radiant pillar of light displayed in the divine mirror. For a moment, she, too, seemed unable to react. Hestia had always known that Blake wasn't an ordinary mortal. An ordinary mortal could never achieve one miraculous feat after another, defying comprehension. Even so, Hestia had never imagined that Blake's capabilities could exceed her wildest expectations. Who is that child, really? One of the gods murmured this question, a sentiment that resonated deeply with everyone present. Only Freya, her eyes fixed on the divine mirror, trembled as she gazed at Blake, standing tall against the backdrop of the towering light, his silver hair billowing in the wind, his unyielding posture exuding the presence of a true hero. To Freya's eyes, which could perceive the soul's radiance, the use of Excalibur had caused Blake's already pure and extraordinary soul to shine even brighter, its brilliance increasing exponentially to a level that seemed almost tangible. If this radiance were visible to the naked eye, it would undoubtedly blind any mortal or deity who dared to gaze upon it. Freya, struggling to contain the overwhelming surge of emotion welling up from deep within her, felt her cheeks flush as her body grew feverish, almost as if it were burning. The unprecedented euphoria brought Freya to the brink of madness. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ignoring the stunned gods around her, Freya burst into uncontrollable laughter, an uncharacteristically wild display of emotion for the goddess of beauty. So beautiful! So beautiful! It's absolutely breathtaking. Freya had always upheld a dignified image in public, but the radiant brilliance of Blake's soul was so captivating that Freya couldn't care less. She clung to herself, her expression one of utter intoxication, infatuation, and madness. The other gods stared at Freya in astonishment, the depths of her reaction underscoring the magnitude of Blake's impact. That kid actually managed to provoke such a reaction out of her. Loki, fixing her gaze on Blake's figure, allowed her usually narrowed eyes to open slightly, revealing sharp, cunning irises brimming with intrigue. How interesting. This is just too interesting. Leaving a kid like that to that little shrimp is such a waste. Still, he's too stubborn. Regular methods won't work. I'll need to get Ace-Tan to tempt him a bit. Freya. Hestia also noticed Freya's behavior. Her expression darkened, but her eyes held firm determination. I won't let you touch Blake. Never. It wasn't just the gods in Babel Tower who were affected. All throughout Oreo, humans, elves, dwarves, beast folk, and Amazons alike were left in awe of the sheer destructive force they had witnessed. Unlike the gods, the city's inhabitants couldn't perceive the danger of the glowing beam. All they knew was that Blake had destroyed an entire fortress with a single strike. Ugh! In that instant, deafening cheers erupted throughout Oreo, shaking the skies. The citizens gazed at the silver-haired boy on the screen with fanatical fervor. The men gazed at him with reverence and admiration, while the women, overcome with adoration, felt their hearts race. After all, strength commands respect everywhere, and beauty loves a hero. At that moment, Blake embodied the ideal in the hearts of all who witnessed him. "Seer, you've really chosen quite the remarkable man," Ryu mused, glancing at the love-struck girl beside her, whose eyes were locked on the screen in admiration. "Still, what is this feeling?" Ryu pressed her hand against her rapidly beating heart, murmuring to herself in confusion. At the Hestia Familia's base, Lily was equally excited and starstruck, whispering words that made even her blush. For a brief moment, Oreo fell silent in the wake of Blake's strike. Then, it erupted into a frenzy, cheers soaring toward the heavens. My magic reserves dropped to 90%. Yet even then, that strike wasn't at full power. The Excalibur actively cut off the magic flow to prevent me from being drained entirely. Still, even so, the destructive force reached the level of an ultimate class devil's attack, enough to obliterate a city in one blow. It seems I'm not yet capable of unleashing the full potential of Excalibur. Unfazed by the uproar in Oreo, Blake quietly analyzed the output of his attack. It's time to go. The little time I had has already been wasted on this. His words, carried off by the wind, were barely audible as Blake turned and left the ruins he had created. Dong! The sound of a great bell echoed throughout the city, announcing the conclusion of the battle. Victory goes to the Hestia Familia. The announcer at the guild headquarters leaned forward, shouting into their magic stone microphone with a flushed face. The declaration of victory sent the crowd into another wave of cheers, while the gods in Babel Tower burst into satisfied laughter. For entertainment, the shock brought by Blake's actions was more than sufficient to satisfy even the gods. Only Apollo staggered back, his face pale. At that moment, however, Hestia abruptly rose from her seat at the round table. She gazed at Apollo with the most radiant smile. That smile made Apollo's heart tremble violently. "Do you remember the terms of victory you proposed when you initiated the war game? Are you prepared for the consequences?" Hestia's smile grew increasingly dazzling, which only made Apollo's complexion turn even more ashen. It was only now that he finally realized the true power that Blake possessed. Unfortunately, it was all too late. W8. Apollo panicked as he looked at Hestia. Losing his familia, or even disbanding it was one thing, but being exiled from Oreo, the grand stage of all, was unacceptable. Who's going to wait for a scumbag loser like you? I've had enough of you. Hestia shouted angrily. Apollo, as the victor of this war game, I invoke my rights. All your assets are to be confiscated. Your familia is to be dissolved, and you are to be permanently exiled, never to set foot in Oreo again for the rest of your life. Faced with Hestia's merciless decree, Apollo let out a heart-wrenching scream. The other gods reacted differently to the scene unfolding before them. Loki smirked, first gloating at Apollo's plight before casting a glance at Hestia. Initially, the plan had been to annihilate all members of the losing familia, but Hestia chose to spare those who had not participated in the war game. Freya, on the other hand, remained captivated, her infatuated expression unchanging. She cared little for the commotion around her. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought, claiming Blake for herself. So, I was redundant, huh? I didn't expect that child to possess the Sword of Kings. Hephaestus sighed lightly. Still, even if the magic sword hadn't been used during the war game, it wouldn't have changed the outcome. After all, this was someone who could wield the far more powerful Sword of Kings flawlessly. Without sparing another glance at the noisy gods, Hephaestus silently left the scene. The war game had ended with the Hestia Familia claiming victory, achieved by a single participant who had completely obliterated the Apollo Familia. This battle would undoubtedly become a recurring topic of discussion among Aurario's residents for years to come. After all, no one could forget the image of Blake unleashing a sword strike that pierced the heavens and obliterated an entire fortress. With the gods having heavily publicized Blake's feats, it was certain that the entire world would remember his name from this day forward. No one doubted it. This individual was destined to become a legend. Many eagerly anticipated the chance to witness, in person, the man who could destroy a city with a single strike. As for the defeated Apollo Familia, they began following Hestia's orders and disbanded immediately. All members who had received Apollo's blessings were released, becoming unaligned adventurers. Most felt immense relief and were quickly recruited by other powerful familia. Many had long desired to leave Apollo's control, but his oppressive tactics had kept them trapped. Fewer than 10 members remained loyal, choosing to stay by his side. Meanwhile, all of Apollo Familia's remaining assets and properties were transferred to the Hestia Familia. That night, a sparse group emerged from Aurario's city gates, surveying the few remaining followers who still stood by him. Apollo's face twisted with resentment. My precious, adorable children. I worked so hard to gather them, yet most are dead, and the rest have abandoned me. A deep malice filled his voice as he clenched his fists. Blake, Hestia, don't think this ends here. You'll both love the gift I've left behind. As he walked down a desolate forest path, his tone dripped with sinister intent. But just as he finished speaking, a cold voice rang out, piercing the night air like a blade. How about I leave you with an unforgettable parting gift instead? The chilling voice sent a shiver through Apollo and his remaining followers. They snapped their heads up toward the source. Perched atop a tree, illuminated by the pale moonlight, a figure leaned casually against the trunk. His silver hair gleamed as he looked down at Apollo's group, his expression carrying a faint, mocking smile that sent a wave of unease through their hearts. It's you? Apollo's eyes widened as he spoke in a low voice. Blake, what are you planning? The remaining members of Apollo Familia instinctively moved to protect their god, their expressions filled with hostility as they drew their weapons. SHHHHKKKKK. Blake didn't answer. His icy blue eyes swept over them, and in the next instant, more than a dozen sword slashes appeared in the air before him. The attack struck with such speed that Apollo's followers couldn't react in time. Each slash pierced their hearts with deadly precision, killing them instantly. Blood sprayed in arcs, and 9 members of Apollo Familia collapsed, convulsing briefly before falling still. You dare to kill my last remaining followers? Apollo froze for a moment before his face contorted in rage. Kill your remaining followers? Blake's voice was calm, his tone laced with amusement. You seem to misunderstand something. Leaping gracefully from the tree, Blake landed firmly on the ground, his steps slow and deliberate as he approached Apollo. My goal is to kill you. To kill me? Apollo's thoughts stalled as he stared at Blake in disbelief. Killing a god. Those words were unthinkable. Gods were beings of transcendence. To disrespect a god invited calamity, and to kill one was an even greater sin. While their divine powers were sealed in the lower world, it didn't mean they were powerless. If a god's life was truly threatened, their divine power would automatically break through the seal to protect them. They also had the option to actively use their divine power to crush those who defied them. However, One significant restriction deterred the gods from doing so. If a god was caught using divine power in the lower world, they would be forcibly returned to the heavens, permanently banned from ever descending again. Kill me? Are you insane? Apollo's malice twisted into fury. A mere human dared to defy him at every turn. Apollo clenched his fists. He could no longer tolerate this humiliation. Even if it meant being exiled back to the heavens, he only wanted one thing: to crush the silver-haired brat. Ignoring Apollo's words, Blake simply extended his hand forward. In an instant, a crimson light flashed, and a long spear appeared in his grip. Upon closer inspection, the spear was entirely dark red. However, its tip wasn't singular. Rather, it split into two prongs, resembling parallel lines extending outward like a fork. Tightly gripping this forked, dark red spear, Blake suddenly accelerated his pace. "Damn it, you arrogant insect!" Seeing the murderous determination in Blake's eyes, Apollo's expression darkened with fury. In a flash, waves of radiant divine energy began surging from his body. The sudden burst of power rivaled that of Otter, Aurario's sole level 7 adventurer, and it was rapidly growing stronger. But for Blake, it was already too late. At that moment, Blake activated Itashura alongside his enhancement magic and aerial skill, pushing his body beyond its natural limits. His power surged to a level strong enough to suppress even the mightiest high-class devil. Whoosh! Blake spun his dark red spear, executing a dazzling flourish. Before Apollo could react, Blake became a streak of crimson lightning, slicing through the air with a fierce, piercing wind as he thrust the weapon toward the god. PSSH. The familiar sound of flesh being pierced echoed in the air. Apollo's divine defenses, though formidable, were shredded like paper. The spear penetrated his chest, destroying his heart. Apollo opened his mouth as if to scream, but no sound came out. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Blake. Buzz. Though gravely wounded, Apollo's divine power instinctively surged to preserve his life. The protective aura burst from within him, breaking the divine seal entirely to sustain his existence. Brilliant light began flowing through Apollo's body, rekindling the dimmed radiance in his eyes. However, in that instant, the dark red spear impaling Apollo's heart began to tremble. It erupted with a blinding crimson glow, brighter than the divine light surging through him. Under the spear's overwhelming glow, the divine energy shrouding Apollo trembled violently before being forcibly dispelled. The crimson radiance surged into Apollo's body, tearing into his very existence. Ah! Apollo's scream was one of sheer agony. Blake watched coldly, indifferent to his suffering. He poured the last of his magic into the spear, leaving nothing in reserve. This spear bore a name known to all: the Spear of Longinus, a weapon famously recorded in religious texts as the lance that pierced the Son of God. Because of this legend, the spear held the power to harm and even kill gods. It was also known as the God-slaying spear. Its ability was simple: the greater the target's divinity, the more devastating its power. For Apollo, a god of high standing, his overwhelming divinity sealed his fate. Bathed in crimson light, Apollo's agonized cries echoed through the night as his body disintegrated into particles of light, gradually vanishing. Apollo was dead. Even in death, Apollo likely couldn't comprehend how he had met his end at the hands of a mortal. Cough, cough. So, I overexerted myself, huh? After Apollo's demise, the spear of Longinus in Blake's hand dissipated into dark red particles of light and vanished. Blake, pale and weakened, coughed heavily as his body threatened to collapse. Itashura was already a skill that pushed the body to its limits, granting overwhelming power for only 1 minute. Moreover, Blake had simultaneously used enhancement magic and aerial, further burdening himself. Still, I need to deal with the aftermath. Even in his frail state, Blake forced himself to endure the unbearable exhaustion. He used a vial of corpse-dissolving liquid he had purchased to erase all traces of Apollo's remaining followers. Ding. Mission completed. Destroy the Apollo Familia and kill Apollo. Reward: 200 luck points. Current total: 740 luck points. Master, you've worked so hard. Are you all right? Noticing Blake's pale and haggard appearance, Sia spoke with deep concern. I'm fine, Blake replied weakly, feeling a warm sense of gratitude at her words. In his current state, he was so drained that even fighting a level 3 adventurer would be difficult. Good thing I bought the high-grade recovery potion. Otherwise, I'd have to wait 3 hours for the after effects to wear off before I could move again. Taking a bottle of potion from his pocket, Blake downed it without hesitation. As the liquid coursed through him, he felt his strength gradually return, along with some replenishment of his depleted magic. Letting out a relieved sigh, Blake murmured to himself, 50,000 valis for this potion is steep, but it was worth every coin in the end. After all, returning in such a weakened state meant being vulnerable to ambushes along the way, an outcome he couldn't afford. Master, that's good to hear, Sia said, visibly relieved and overjoyed to see that Blake was truly fine. Dragging his fatigued body, Blake quietly made his way back to Orio, doing his best to avoid encountering anyone. Blake, you're finally back. The moment Blake knocked on the door, it was thrown open, and Hestia leaped into his arms, rubbing against him excitedly. She exclaimed loudly, clearly overjoyed. It seemed Hestia had been waiting in the hall for his return. Lord Blake, that move was incredible. Lilaruka, her face filled with admiration and awe, clung to Blake's free arm and cheered. A cough. Seeing Hestia and Lily so thrilled, Blake didn't feel the usual delight of enjoying their touch. Instead, he coughed lightly, looking a bit bitter. Although he had taken an expensive potion, the aftereffects weren't so easily dispelled. He was still extremely weak and in dire need of rest. The Itashura skill had left him in a weakened state for 3 hours. On top of that, Blake had simultaneously used enhancement magic and aerial, which further amplified the aftereffects. Still, there had been no other choice. Within acceptable limits, Blake had done everything he could to ensure Apollo's downfall. The Itashura skill was a desperate move, sacrificing 800 for every 1,000 dealt to the enemy. It allowed for a single strike with hundreds of times his normal power, but left him completely drained, both physically and mentally, rendering him unconscious and defenseless for an entire day. Blake, are you feeling weak? Noticing Blake's unusual state, Hestia paused, her expression shifting to one of concern. Yeah, I overused my strength, Blake admitted, exhaling slowly. So the aftereffects of that move are really severe. Blake, you were so reckless, Hestia scolded gently, her eyes filled with worry. Even Lily let go of Blake's arm and instead began supporting him, showing her understanding and care. There was no other choice. I promised I would return to you all unscathed and deal with all the trouble, Blake replied earnestly. I understand. Let's head inside. No need to update your status today. Just eat and rest, Hestia said softly, nodding with a touch of emotion. Her blue eyes shimmered with tenderness. Let's go in. Blake smiled faintly before heading inside with Hestia and Lily accompanying him. It seemed neither of them had caught the deeper meaning in his words. The next morning, fully recovered, Blake washed up, had breakfast, and was then forcibly dragged by Hestia for a status update. He could only smile wryly at her insistence. He hadn't trained at all yesterday, so how much improvement could there possibly be? Still, with Hestia so enthusiastic, Blake could only go along with it. But when Hestia sat on his back to update his status, her shocked scream echoed through the room. What? How is this possible? Hestia, what's wrong? Startled by her reaction, Blake raised an eyebrow and turned to look at her, seeing her wide-eyed expression of disbelief. Even Lily, sitting nearby, was puzzled. Though Hestia had been surprised by Blake several times before, this was the first time she looked so utterly dumbfounded. Blake, you should see for yourself. Hestia pursed her lips, still overwhelmed with shock, as she handed Blake the paper with his updated status. Status update. Level 2. Strength. S. 952, SSS 2000. Endurance S. 967, SSS 2000. Dexterity S. 962, SSS 2000. Agility S. 987, SSS 2000. Magic S. 989, SSS 2000. Mystery D. Magic. Enhancement Magic. Sword Spirit. Aerial. Skills. 1. Fortunate 1. 2. One sword to rule all. After reading his updated status, Blake finally understood why Hestia was so shocked. His previously S-rank stats had all jumped directly to the maximum SSS rank, reaching 2000 in every attribute. Even more surprising was that Hestia knew Blake hadn't trained at all the previous day. He had only swung his sword once in the ancient city. To Hestia, it was utterly inconceivable. Could it be because I killed Apollo? Compared to Hestia's astonishment, Blake's gaze deepened as he began to piece together the cause. He had unleashed his full power to kill Apollo, who had briefly released some of his divine strength. Such a feat, slaying a god with a mortal body, had translated into an unprecedented amount of growth for him. Hestia, can I level up to level 3 now? Blake turned to Hestia and asked directly. You can. For some reason, the accomplishments you've accumulated today are utterly astounding. I feel like, as long as your stats are maxed out, even leveling up to level 4 would be no problem at all. Hestia spoke with a mix of confusion and awe. She couldn't understand how merely defeating Apollo's Familia could result in such overwhelming feats. Could it be because Apollo was exiled from Oreo? That made sense. After all, Apollo's downfall was entirely due to Blake's actions. As Hestia recalled this, a look of understanding and relief spread across her face. Seeing her expression of realization and admiration, Blake exhaled quietly. Although he didn't know what conclusion the wise Hestia had reached, as long as she didn't connect it to the fact that he had killed Apollo, it was fine. Still, leveling up to level 2 in a week and then to level 3 in just 3 days felt like riding a rocket, Blake thought with some amusement. Right now, his strength was already comparable to an average level 5 adventurer. Once he leveled up to level 3, he'd probably reach the power level of a level 6 adventurer. Blake, I'll help you level up now. While Blake was deep in thought, Hestia pricked her finger and let her divine blood drip onto Blake's back, initiating the ritual for his level up. This time, Blake finally experienced a normal level up. Though he successfully advanced to level 3, his stats were reset to 0, much to Hestia's odd relief. Being too extraordinary could sometimes make people worry about potential unforeseen consequences. Dungeon, 35th floor. Deep within the shadowy corridors of the dungeon, the air was thick with the rattling of bones and the eerie glow of countless undead eyes. Hundreds of LV.3 skeleton warriors roamed the area, with a few LV.4 monsters lurking ominously among them, their presence exuding an even deadlier aura. Amidst this horde, a lone figure moved like a blur, cutting through the undead with effortless precision. The silver blade in his grip left luminous arcs in its wake, each strike erasing a monster from existence. Whoosh! Then, as if growing weary of the monotonous slaughter, the figure suddenly propelled himself skyward. Soaring more than 10 meters into the air, his sword shifted into a vertical stance. In an instant, a dazzling storm of sword beams erupted around him, thousands of razor-sharp slashes raining down in a devastating cascade. The ground trembled as the monsters below were obliterated, reduced to nothing but scattered bones and dissipating energy. Blake landed smoothly, exhaling lightly as he pulled a small, faintly glowing red crystal from his pocket. The magical device flickered, a sign that 12 hours had passed. Already, he muttered, brushing a hand through his silver hair. This particular item, a time-tracking tool from Oreo, pulsed once every 12 hours, powered by magic stones. It was his only means of keeping track of time dungeon. It had been 4 days since Blake reached LV.3, and before departing for the dungeon, he had informed Hestia and Lily that he would be diving into the lower floors for 2 weeks. Of course, his real goal wasn't to grind monsters endlessly. He simply needed to regulate the time flow. In this world, 2 weeks equated to just 2 days back in his original reality. And now, the weekend was over. It was time to return to school, where unresolved matters awaited him. If anything came up here in the dungeon while he was gone, well, a few days' absence wouldn't change much. Adjust the time flow. Spend 100 luck points and initiate the return, Blake commanded, his tone calm. A soft, melodious voice responded within his mind. Understood, master. Spending 100 luck points. Current luck points, 640. Remaining uses of the beginner's plunder ability, 5. Almost instantly, a golden radiance engulfed the 35th floor. In the blink of an eye, Blake vanished from the dungeon. Kuo Town, Blake's room. A flicker of light illuminated Blake's darkened bedroom, and in the next moment, he materialized on his bed. Anyone witnessing such an abrupt reappearance would have been startled. But apparently, someone was already there. Before Blake could even stretch, a cold, deadpan voice cut through the silence. Senpai, disappearing for 2 days and showing up like this, pretty suspicious, don't you think? Blake stiffened. That voice. Slowly tilting his head, he spotted a silver-haired girl sitting cross-legged on the floor, dressed in Kuo Academy's uniform. A gaming console rested in her hands, but her golden eyes were locked onto him, filled with quiet disapproval. For a moment, Blake was speechless. A headache crept in. He had just returned from another world, and already he was caught? With a dry chuckle, he rubbed his temples and spoke. Kaneko-chan, before I even attempt an explanation, care to tell me why you're in my room, playing with my console? The girl remained unfazed, expression neutral, though her eyes flickered slightly at the way he addressed her. You said I could come over and play anytime, she replied flatly. So I did. Also, Bucho told me to wait for you. She said that as her boyfriend, disappearing without a word was irresponsible, and she's a little upset. At the last part, a barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corners of Kaneko's lips, almost teasing. Blake sighed, running a hand through his hair. Figures. Just saying goodbye wasn't going to be enough. He understood Ria's frustration, but he had no choice. If he wanted to keep growing stronger, he had to take every opportunity, even if it meant slipping away for a while. Kaneko, however, wasn't done questioning him. Senpai, that ability of yours, how do you keep vanishing and reappearing like that? I didn't sense any magic fluctuations. And she gestured to his current attire, his slightly tattered fantasy-style clothing. What's with the outfit? Blake coughed lightly, quickly forming an explanation. Ahem, I was training in a secret location. That's why I look like this. Kaneko narrowed her golden eyes, scrutinizing him. After a brief silence, she seemed to accept his words, at least for now. Training, huh? Even so, her keen senses had already picked up on something. His magical energy had increased significantly compared to just 2 days ago. She took a deep breath before setting down her console. Senpai, fight me. Blake blinked. Today, I'm definitely going to defeat you. Kaneko's voice was calm, but her determination was evident. A wry smile formed on Blake's lips. This little cat was nothing if not persistent. It seemed she had been playing at his house a lot these past 2 days, likely waiting for his return. Still, he didn't reject her challenge. It was a good way to bond, after all. And so, the battle began, not with swords or magic, but with controllers and buttons. An hour later, Blake exhaled, shaking his head as he wiped off non-existent sweat. Damn, half a month of dungeon crawling really made me rusty at this. Kaneko, sitting across from him, stared at the screen with a faint frown. She had come dangerously close to winning. Another round, she demanded. Blake held up a hand. Let me take a shower first. I'm literally covered in dust. Kaneko hesitated for a second before nodding. Fine, senpai. Let's call it a day. But after that, we're heading to the club. Bucho wants to see you. At that, her usual stoic expression shifted slightly. She didn't say it outright, but even Kaneko seemed to acknowledge that avoiding Rias any longer would be a bad idea. Yeah, I get it. Blake said, standing up and grabbing a change of clothes, heading toward the bathroom. After a moment, with a dazzling red magic square flashing, Blake's appearance returned to something close to what it used to be, and then he disappeared with the Kaneko. Meanwhile, in the occult research club at High School, a glowing red magic circle also appeared. This caught the attention of Rias, who had been sitting on the couch, studying chess pieces. She looked up and smiled upon seeing the familiar figure. A moment later, in the occult research club, another red magic circle illuminated the space. Seated on the couch, idly toying with a chess piece, Rias looked up at the sudden light. Upon spotting the familiar figure materializing before her, she set the piece down and smiled. "Hey, Rias, Kaneko said you wanted to see me?" Blake strolled into the occult research club, his silver hair catching the light as he leaned casually against the couch where Rias sat. His tone was relaxed, but there was a knowing glint in his eyes. "You finally decided to show up, Blake." Rias crossed her arms, her sharp blue eyes locking onto him. "Where have you been these past 2 days? You vanished without a trace." Her tone was calm, but there was something underneath it, something that told him she wasn't just asking out of curiosity. Instead of answering immediately, Blake accepted the cup of tea Akino handed him, offering her a polite nod. "Thanks, Himejima-senpai." No need to be so formal." Akino chuckled, her violet eyes glinting with amusement. "I'd much prefer it if you just call me by my name, Blake. After all, it's only fair." Blake paused, then smirked. "All right, Akino." Before he could enjoy his tea, a sharp pinch landed on his waist. Blake flinched slightly as Rias huffed, her lips forming a slight pout. "My boyfriend is getting awfully friendly with other girls right in front of me," she muttered. "That's definitely a minus point. Bucho is jealous." Akino teased, her tone dripping with playful malice. "How scary." Rias shot her a look, but Akino simply smiled, sipping her tea with that ever-present air of mischief. Blake sighed, shaking his head. It wasn't the first time he'd witnessed the friendly yet competitive dynamic between these two, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. Meanwhile, Kaneko sat nearby, quietly munching on a snack, clearly unbothered by the exchange. Deciding to change the topic before things escalated further, Blake exhaled and leaned back. "Rias, I disappear on certain weekends because I undergo special training or take care of other matters," he said smoothly. Rias studied him for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then, her gaze flickered slightly as she sensed the newfound depth in his magical energy. "Special training, huh?" She rested her chin on her palm, deep in thought. "That would explain why your power feels stronger than before." Blake, you didn't tell us about your little secret training sessions." Akino's voice was light, but there was an undertone of genuine concern. "We've been worried about you, you know." Blake hesitated for a brief moment before replying, "Sorry about that, but it's something only I can handle." Rias sighed, shaking her head. "Fine, but if anything dangerous happens, you need to tell us. You can't just take on everything alone." "Got it." Blake gave her a small smile, appreciating the concern. With that settled, Rias stretched and stood up. "All right, that's enough for today. It's getting late. You should head home. We'll talk more tomorrow at school." Blake blinked. "That's it? You're just sending me off like that?" Normally, she'd insist on teleporting him home, or at least walking him to the door. "Yes," Rias said simply, flipping her hair as she turned away. "Now go." Blake could only chuckle as he stood up, rubbing his cheek before heading for the exit. Akino waited until he was gone before glancing at Rias, her lips curling into a knowing smile. My Bucho, you're acting like a classic tsundere." "Quiet, Akino." The streets of Kuo. The streets were quiet as Blake walked home, hands in his pockets, enjoying the cool night air. Then he stopped. "You might as well come out. Lurking in the shadows isn't exactly subtle." Silence. Then, a few black feathers drifted down from the rooftops, and a man in a suit stepped forward, his face illuminated by the streetlights. "So, you actually noticed me," the man said, his tone carrying a mixture of amusement and annoyance. A pair of black, feathered wings unfurled behind him, giving away his identity. "A fallen angel. Blake mused, tilting his head. Haven't seen one of your kind in a while. So what's this about? Are you here to sell me some sketchy holy relics? The fallen angels, I twitched. You're an insolent one. He raised his hand, and a glowing spear of light materialized in his palm. Humans who align themselves with devils are nothing more than pests. And pests must be. Shing! Before he could finish, several streaks of energy flashed through the air, piercing the fallen angel's limbs. His words turned into a strangled cry as he stumbled backward, clutching at his wounds in shock. Blake casually adjusted his wrist. Sorry, were you saying something? The fallen angel's breath hitched as his vision blurred from pain. He'd barely had time to process what had happened before Blake turned his gaze slightly toward the rooftops. And now, for the gallery up there, he called out, his crystal blue eyes glinting with amusement. Come on, don't be shy. You've been watching this whole time, haven't you? For a moment, there was silence. Then, figures began emerging from the darkness, their presences now fully revealed. Blake smirked. Well then, let's see what tonight has in store. The night air was crisp as Blake stood in the middle of the empty street, his silver hair catching the dim glow of the streetlights. Perched on a nearby rooftop, 3 figures loomed above him. 3 women with jet-black wings, their sultry outfits doing little to hide their deadly intentions. This guy is really human? One of them, a petite blonde named Middlet, stared down at Blake in shock. Even the strongest exorcists couldn't handle their kind so effortlessly. Yet here was a so-called ordinary student who had just turned one of their own into a pincushion. Forget it. We'll deal with one problem at a time, Blake muttered to himself, his gaze shifting back to the fallen angel at his feet. The arrogant suit-wearing man was now nothing more than a bleeding mess, his cocky bravado drained along with his lifeblood. Wait, what are you? Before the fallen angel could beg for mercy, several streaks of energy materialized above Blake, piercing through the man's body like a dozen invisible swords. His cries of agony were cut short as his body went limp. Silence. You bastard! Middle snarled, her wings flaring as she prepared to lunge, but before she could launch herself, the other 2 grabbed her arms, holding her back. Don't be an idiot, one of them hissed. His techniques are too dangerous. We need to report this to Lady Rainier first. Damn it, Middle clenched her fists, her glare burning into Blake's calm expression. But in the end, she relented, turning to follow her comrades as they vanished into the night sky. Blake simply watched them leave, showing no interest in pursuit. Calawarna, Middlet, those fallen angels from the original story, didn't expect to run into them. Tucking his hands into his pockets, he turned and headed toward the church. Fallen Angel headquarters, abandoned church. Inside the dimly lit church, Rainier sat comfortably, her violet eyes glowing in the candlelight. The black-haired fallen angel was the very definition of alluring, deadly, and seductive in equal measure. Before her, the 3 female fallen angels knelt in silence. So, let me get this straight. Rainier's voice was smooth, but there was an edge to it. A human killed one of our own, and instead of avenging him, you ran away? Middle shifted uncomfortably, but quickly responded. Rainier, the intel was wrong. There's no way that guy is an ordinary human. The way he fought, the techniques he used. I'm sure he's a sacred gear wielder. A sacred gear wielder? Rainier tapped her fingers against the armrest of her seat, deep in thought. The description of the energy-based attacks matched the powers of certain sacred gears. If that was the case, then, forget him for now, she finally said, her voice firm. We'll focus on the easy target first. Keep your eyes on that pervert, Issei Hayudu. He's our real objective. The 3 fallen angels nodded, albeit reluctantly. Deep down, they wanted revenge, but Rainier's word was final. After they left, Rainier leaned back, a smirk playing on her lips. That none should be arriving soon. Lord Azazel, I'll make sure to deliver the best sacred gear to you. Outside, in the shadow of the old church's stone walls, Blake leaned against the cold brick, listening. So the church plot is about to begin, huh? He muttered under his breath. I thought I had more time before things kicked off, but I guess fate's on fast forward. With a sigh, he turned and walked away. Fine. My power should be more than enough for whatever comes next. The next morning, Kuo Academy. The early morning sun cast a warm glow over the school grounds as students slowly trickled in. Blake strolled into the campus, feeling the usual stares from passing students. He was used to it by now. His presence stood out far too much for him to ever go unnoticed. Good morning, Silva-san. Morning, Blake responded with a slight nod, acknowledging a group of girls who greeted him. Making his way to his seat, he had barely settled in when, Silva-kun, thank you for your guidance. I finally realized how shallow I was. Blake stiffened. A chill ran down his spine. Slowly, he turned his head. There stood Issei. Blake's expression twitched as he took in the bizarre sight before him. Issei, still in his usual school uniform, was standing dramatically by Blake's desk, but something about him felt off. His expression, his posture, it was almost seductive. See ya, Blake muttered internally. I think I made a mistake. Yes, master. Sia believes so as well. Oblivious to Blake's growing discomfort, Issei beamed. Silva-kun, in the past 2 days, I've conquered 5 routes. Blake blinked. What? 5 routes? Issei repeated, puffing out his chest. Thanks to your wisdom, I've mastered the art of persuasion. The dating sim strategy works in real life. Blake sighed and rubbed his temples. Issei, go back to your seat. Class is about to start. Issei faltered, clearly expecting more fanfare for his achievement. But when Blake simply waved him off, he awkwardly retreated. Across the classroom, several female students shot Issei disgusted looks. This guy, once a proud member of the perverted trio, was now acting like he was competing for Blake's attention. Absolutely unacceptable. Sia, I really regret this. Yes, master. Also, Sia believes 100 luck points were not worth this. Blake exhaled. Let's just hope this madness ends soon. Tuning out the chaos around him, he closed his eyes and focused on his energy training. His ether reserves were close to reaching the level of a high-class devil. Just a little more, and he'd break through. For now, though, he just had to survive the day. Kuo Academy, after school. The sharp ring of the school bell echoed across the campus, signaling the end of the day. Students poured out of classrooms, heading off to their clubs or making their way home. Among them, Issei and his usual gang bolted out of the building like their lives depended on it. The rumor was that they were after a limited edition game, something about 2D waifus being superior to 3D girls. Blake, on the other hand, stretched lazily before making his way toward the Occult Research Club. Occult Research Club room. Blake, you're here. Rhea sat gracefully on the sofa, sipping tea, her ruby red hair cascading down her back. Her usual air of elegance was in full display as she greeted him with a smile. Behind her, Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba stood in their usual spots. Kiba, who had been absent the previous day, gave Blake a nod, though there was a flicker of something else in his expression. Blake returned their greetings and took a seat. Blake, would you be willing to have another duel with Yudo? Rias asked, her gaze sharp with curiosity. A duel. Blake raised an eyebrow, glancing at Kiba. The blonde knight shifted uncomfortably, looking less than thrilled at the idea. Clearly, he still hadn't forgotten the stink bomb incident from their last fight. Yes, a proper duel, Rias clarified. Last time, neither of you were serious. I want to see where your current strength stands. Blake considered for a moment, then nodded. All right. Kiba, meanwhile, sighed in resignation. He had a bad feeling about this. Kaneko, who had been quietly observing, tilted her head. Her golden eyes flickered with curiosity. She had never seen Blake truly fight before. Just how strong was he? Training grounds, Kuo Academy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the campus, the Occult Research Club gathered at the sports field. With a simple barrier set up to prevent unwanted attention, Blake and Kiba stood across from each other, swords drawn. Kiba took a deep breath, his hand glowing as a crimson katana materialized in his grip. This is my sacred gear, Sword Birth, he announced. The blade in his hands pulsed with magic, its fiery glow illuminating the evening air. Blake remained unfazed. Go all out. I won't be using any stink bombs this time. Kiba twitched. That was definitely a targeted attack on his pride. Still, he couldn't afford to be distracted. Last time, he had underestimated Blake. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake. Without hesitation, he activated his nightly speed, becoming a blur as he lunged forward. His flaming sword slashed toward Blake, cutting through the air with blazing intensity. Clang! The moment their blades met, a sharp metallic ring echoed through the field. Blake had barely moved. With a slight twist of his wrist, he had effortlessly blocked the attack. Before Kiba could react, Blake shifted his grip and sent a powerful surge of energy through his blade. The force was overwhelming. Kiba's sword flew from his hands, spinning through the air before embedding itself in the ground several feet away. And then, shing! A cold gleam flashed. In the blink of an eye, Blake's blade rested against Kiba's throat. The match was over. Silence. Kiba stood frozen, staring at Blake in shock. He had gone all out, using everything at his disposal. Yet he had lost instantly. That's enough, Rias finally said, breaking the tension. She stepped forward, eyes filled with intrigue. Blake, your growth is incredible. It seems your secret training has paid off. Blake sheathed his sword with a casual shrug. I just put in the work. Truthfully, his power had already reached the cusp of a high-class devil. And this was just his base strength. He hadn't even used physical enhancements or his distortion ability. Senpai, unexpectedly strong. Kaniko's small voice broke the silence. Blake shot her an unimpressed look. What do you mean, unexpectedly? The white-haired girl merely blinked, offering no further explanation. Rias chuckled. That's enough for today. Blake, you can head home. We have some work to take care of. Got it. See you all tomorrow. With that, Blake slung his sword bag over his shoulder and left. Meanwhile, Akino watched Rias, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Rias, you were staring quite intently at Blake just now. Something on your mind? Rias stiffened for half a second before composing herself. It's nothing. Akino sighed. For once, her usual playful demeanor faded. She knew exactly what was on Rias' mind. Blake might just be the answer to her problems. But if that was the case, it would bring him a whole world of trouble. Blake, I hope you continue to grow stronger. Akino cast one last glance at the setting sun before following Rias and the others back to the clubroom. As Blake walked through the quiet streets, his senses suddenly sharpened. A barrier. Someone had placed a weak magical field over the area, an amateur attempt at hiding something. With a flick of his fingers, he shattered the barrier like glass. Immediately, voices spilled into the open air. Middled, are you sure killing him is okay? Our mission was just to observe. Who's there? Show yourself. Blake sighed, stepping into the scene. You guys just don't know when to quit, huh? Before him stood the same trio of fallen angels from the night before. And at their feet, a pool of blood. A boy lay motionless in the center of it, his Kuo Academy uniform stained red. A massive, gaping wound was carved into his stomach. His face was pale, his body unnervingly still. Blake's eyes darkened. Even without checking, he knew the identity of the corpse. Issei Hayudu, the original protagonist. The plot had just taken a drastic turn. Blake exhaled slowly, his fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword. Well, this is definitely going to be a problem. Blake had barely taken a step forward when the three fallen angels locked eyes with him. It's him. Shit, run. Without hesitation, the trio turned on their heels and bolted, disappearing into the night like terrified prey. Blake blinked. Am I really that scary? He muttered, watching their hasty retreat. Shaking off the thought, he approached the bloodied figure sprawled on the ground. The boy's chest barely rose and fell, his breathing faint. Still clinging to life. Blake crouched down, studying Issei's deathly pale face. You're lucky. If you died now, it would be a hassle for me. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a small vial of shimmering liquid. Without a second thought, he poured the potion onto Issei's open wound. The moment the golden droplets touched his torn flesh, The wound reacted, muscles stitching themselves back together at an unnatural speed. Then, something unexpected happened. A deep crimson glow pulsed from the back of Issei's left hand. The air around them seemed to hum with energy. A low, guttural growl, like a dragon stirring in its slumber, echoed in the night. Blake's eyes narrowed. The Red Dragon Emperor? Guessed this near-death experience triggered it. But before he could process it further, a sharp pain exploded in his right eye. Ark! Blake staggered, gripping his head as his vision flickered violently. His crystal blue iris burned, veins bulging around it like it was being rewritten from within. Then, without warning, the red glow from Issei's hand surged toward him. The energy shot forward like a streak of lightning and slammed into Blake's right eye. His world ignited in agony. "See ya!" He roared mentally, panic creeping into his voice. "What the hell is happening? Master, don't resist. Pour all your energy into your right eye." Sia's usually playful voice was sharp with urgency. "I'll use your luck points to forcefully convert it into ether energy. Otherwise, you won't survive." Blake cursed under his breath, his hands trembling as he focused everything he had into his right eye. His vision blurred. His body felt like it was being crushed under the weight of a mountain. Energy coursed through his veins, burning, twisting, reshaping. Seconds stretched into eternity. Then, suddenly, the pain stopped. Blake gasped, his chest heaving. His skin was clammy, his limbs shaking from the ordeal. Lifting his head, he caught his reflection in a puddle nearby. His right eye had returned to its usual crystal blue color, but at its center, a sliver of crimson gleamed ominously. Blake exhaled, steadying himself. "Sia, what the hell just happened?" "You survived, barely," she responded. "But you've also awakened something unprecedented. Your crystal blue eyes aren't natural, Master. They're a special Longinus class, sacred gear, blue sigil crystal eyes." Blake stiffened. "A Longinus class, sacred gear? Me?" "Yes. And not just any Longinus. Yours was designed specifically to counter other sacred gears. It can seal them." That's what just happened. When Issei was on the verge of death, the Red Dragon Emperor tried to choose a new host, and your eyes stole it instead. Blake's expression darkened as he processed the revelation. "So, my right, I just absorbed the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet?" "Correct. But it was risky. If you hadn't reacted fast enough, the surge of energy would have killed you," Sia explained. "You used up 424 luck points just to stay alive." Blake groaned. "That much? Damn." A moment of silence stretched between them. Then Sia spoke again. "Master, your sacred gear is unique. It can seal Longinus class gears, but it comes with extreme risks. Normally, no one would be able to awaken it, because the activation process is lethal to most people." Blake let out a slow breath. "So I have a power that no one's ever awakened before, and no idea what else it can do." Essentially, just then, ding. "Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the Longinus class sacred gear. Blue sigil crystal eyes. Reward, 500 luck points. Current luck points, 716. Blake smirked despite himself. "At least I got some of my luck back." His gaze drifted to Issei, who was still unconscious. "Sorry, Issei," Blake murmured. "Looks like your sacred gear's my medical fee for saving your life." With that, he turned on his heel and disappeared into the night. Blake sprawled across his bed, staring at the ceiling in deep thought. "Sia, how much luck do I need to reach high-class devil rank in both ether energy and physical strength?" Earlier, things had gotten way too close for comfort. Sure, he could handle most high-class devils despite only being mid-class, but that near-death experience made one thing painfully clear. He couldn't keep relying on trump cards alone. He needed a solid foundation. "Master, enhancing your ether energy to high-class devil rank requires 200 luck points. Strengthening your body to the level of an elite high-class devil requires 400 luck points," Sia responded cheerfully. Blake raised an eyebrow. "Why the huge gap?" "Master, your body is only trained to the level of defeating low-class devils. Your ether energy, however, is already close to high class thanks to the blessing's experience boost, Sia explained. Blake sighed, running a hand through his silver hair. So, I'm not as strong as I thought. It was humbling. He had been relying too much on abilities rather than his own raw power. Master, do you wish to use luck point for an upgrade? Upgrade my physical body. Ether energy would naturally improve with training, but physical strength? That took time and effort, two things he didn't have much of right now. Understood. 400 luck points deducted. Remaining luck points, 316. The moment Sia activated the upgrade, Blake felt a rush of warmth flood his body. His muscles burned, not in pain but in power. Strength surged through his veins, his bones hardening, his muscles refining. When the sensation faded, Blake clenched his fist. The air around it cracked from the sheer force. He smirked. Damn, this feels incredible. With his enhanced body combined with divine power, he had now surpassed most high-class devils. Even the strongest among them would have trouble taking him down. Then a thought struck him. I've got 316 luck points left. Let's try my luck. Master, how would you like to proceed? 1 mid-level draw, 2 low-level draws. Ding. 260 luck points deducted. Remaining luck points, 56. 3 items materialized before him. The first, on the left, shone brightly, surrounded by bursts of golden fireworks. The middle one had a weaker glow, and the last was completely dull. Blake's eyes locked onto the first one. Something rare. Mid-level draw. Summoning card. Character: Kana Kimui, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Origin: Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Power level: Ultimate class, Near Satan class. Low-level draw: Beginner Storage Ring. From A Certain Cultivation World. Capacity: 10M times 10M storage space. Low-level draw: Starfall Necklace. From An Ordinary World. Effect: looks pretty, that's about it. Blake's lips twitched. Sharp horns, silver hair, blue eyes, a pink-white gothic Lolita dress, purple furball tail, white stockings. Yep, that's definitely Kana. He stared at the card, stunned for a moment before a grin spread across his face. Back in his past life, he had liked Kana. The idea of having her here, in this world, was beyond his expectations. As for the other 2 items, Blake barely spared them a glance before tossing them aside. A storage ring might have been a big deal before, but compared to summoning a literal dragon girl, who cared? Sia, how do I activate this card? He asked curiously. Master, simply drip your blood onto it, and the contract will be formed. The summoned being will become your familiar, Sia explained sweetly. Blake let out a breath of relief. At least he didn't have to shout something embarrassing like, I summon thee. He grabbed his dagger, Frost Whisper, and made a tiny cut on his finger. A single drop of crimson blood fell onto the card. The moment it touched the surface, a brilliant blue light exploded from the card, swirling in a dazzling dance of energy. The next second, poof, a small, delicate figure landed right on his lap. Blake barely had time to react before a pair of tiny dragon horns nearly poked his chin. The girl sitting in his lap blinked her big blue eyes, tilting her head as she looked up at him. Hello, I'm Kana Kamui. Are you the master who summoned me? Her soft, quiet voice held a sense of curiosity. For a second, Blake just stared. Her silver hair shimmered under the light, her pink and white gothic dress adding to her doll-like cuteness. The fluffy purple tail swayed slightly behind her. Yep, this was real. Snapping out of it, Blake smiled. Yeah, I'm Blake Silva. Just call me Blake. Kana blinked, her small finger tapping her lips in thought. Blake. She tilted her head. Big brother. Boom. Blake felt something in his brain short-circuit. His entire body froze. His expression went blank. Then, medic, I need treatment. I'm losing too much blood from cuteness overload. This cough. Kana, from now on, just call me Big Brother Blake. Blake reassured himself internally. He was not weird for liking cute things. He just had a soft spot for them in a totally normal way. Right? Understand, Big Brother Blake. Kana's soft, innocent voice carried a newfound familiarity, making Blake momentarily flustered. To avoid getting caught up in his thoughts, he quickly changed the subject. Kana, do you remember anything before being summoned here? Kana pressed a tiny finger to her lips, tilting her head in thought. I was playing alone when some information popped into my mind. It seemed interesting, so I agreed. Then more information came in, and suddenly, I was here. Blake exhaled in relief. It seemed that the system's lottery didn't just drag characters into this world against their will. Summoning required consent, and the summoned beings retained their free will. Do you want to go back? Blake asked, his voice gentle. Kana shook her head, her expression blank yet certain. My world is so boring. I wandered alone, and sometimes people would even try to hunt me. I don't want to go back. The only person I'd worry about is Lord Toru. But Lord Toru is strong. She'll be fine. Toru. Blake recalled her from his past life's memories. A powerful dragon, fiercely loyal, and something about her tail being used for cooking. That part was better left forgotten. But between Kana and Toru, he'd always preferred Kana's quiet charm. Well, if we ever get the chance, let's visit your world sometime. You can introduce me to Toru then. He ruffled Kana's silver hair, his voice warm. Kana's blue eyes flickered as a tiny smile formed on her lips. For her, humans had always viewed dragons with fear or hostility. But Blake wasn't afraid of her. He accepted her, and his words were genuine. She could feel it through their contract. A rare warmth settled in Kana's heart. By the way, Kana, do you know anything about this world? Unlike some other dragons, Kana seemed to have adapted quickly. I do. When I was summoned, I gained lots of modern knowledge. This world is so much fun. Blake smiled. That makes things easier then. Let's hit some rest for now. Without hesitation, Kana climbed onto the bed, curling up comfortably. Having a tiny dragon companion around felt oddly peaceful. A week later, Blake quickly fell into a routine. Classes, training, building connections in the occult research club. Late-night gaming sessions with Kaneko, sleeping with Kana curled up beside him like a cat. Interestingly, Kana never showed herself at the club. She must have sensed the tension between dragons and devils and decided to avoid unnecessary drama. The biggest surprise, however, was the sudden disappearance of Issei Haidu. Rumors floated around that a week ago, he had a very bad experience and wasn't acting like his usual self. Now he refused to leave his house. Blake had to admit, he was curious. The guy had run into trouble with some shady people, and now he didn't even want to go outside. But Blake had more important things to focus on. Big brother, I want ice cream. A soft cyan glow flickered, and Kana appeared beside Blake, holding his hand expectantly. Blake had already placed a perception barrier around them, ensuring that no one would question the sudden arrival of a gothic Lolita dragon girl. All right, patting her head, he led her toward the main street. But of course, he had another reason for being here. A certain blonde nun should be wandering these streets soon. And just as he expected, a pure, gentle voice reached his ears. Blake's eyes lit up as he turned toward the source. Standing under the sunlight was a girl with golden hair, her clear green eyes wide with confusion. She wore a nun's habit, looking both innocent and lost. As expected, when luck is on your side, things just fall into place. With Kana's tiny hand still in his grasp, Blake stepped forward. He had to admit, Asia Argento had a striking presence. Her golden locks shimmered in the light, and her eyes reflected nothing but kindness. For a moment, Blake was actually a little dazed, but that didn't stop him from greeting her in fluent English. You look like you need some help. Are you lost? Asia blinked, stunned. Then, suddenly, her face brightened like the sun. You speak English. After days of struggling with the language barrier, Asia had nearly lost hope. But now, thank you, Lord. You haven't abandoned me. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, her relief obvious. Blake chuckled. You're looking for the church, right? Yes. I got a little lost, and I couldn't communicate with anyone. If you could just point me in the right direction. Before Blake could respond, a tiny voice interrupted. Big brother, I want ice cream. Kana's soft tone was heavier than before. Blake, focused on Asia, didn't catch the subtle shift in her expression. But if he had looked down, he would have noticed something unusual. Kanna, who rarely showed emotions, looked uncomfortable. Her cyan eyes flickered strangely as she stared at Asia. Was it dislike? Was it jealousy? Whatever it was, Kanna didn't seem to approve. And Blake had no idea. "Big brother, I want ice cream." Blake barely had time to react before Kanna's soft but insistent voice cut through the air. Asia, who had just been about to ask for directions, hesitated. She glanced at Kanna, whose large cyan eyes locked onto her with an unreadable expression. A little flustered, Asia instinctively took a step back. She had finally found someone who could speak English and was kind enough to help her, yet she didn't want to impose. "Thank you for your help. I think I can find my way now. You two should go on with your plans." She smiled warmly, waving her hands in reassurance, though there was a trace of hesitation in her voice. Blake, however, wasn't about to let her leave just yet. "You've traveled a long way to this country. You must be tired and hungry. How about I treat you to something? Come eat with us." Noticing the shift in Kanna's mood, Blake gently patted her head, hoping to soothe whatever strange emotion she was feeling. Asia's lips parted as if to refuse, but before she could finish, gurgle. Her stomach betrayed her. A deep red blush spread across her cheeks as she clutched her abdomen, looking down in embarrassment. Blake chuckled. "See? You're definitely hungry. Let's grab a bite first." Taking Kanna's small hand, he turned and walked toward the main street. Asia bit her lip, her blush deepening, but after a moment of hesitation, she pulled her suitcase along and followed. Blake glanced at her from the corner of his eye. She really was too trusting. Most people would be more cautious before accepting a meal from someone they just met. Then again, that was just the kind of person Asia was. As he walked, a small voice echoed in his mind. "Big brother, why did you invite her?" Kanna's quiet but displeased tone sent a ripple through their contract link. Blake blinked. He hadn't expected her to react like this. "Kanna, she's just a traveler looking for help. There's no reason to be upset." Although he didn't know the full extent of Kanna's past, it was clear she harbored strong feelings toward anything related to the church. That likely explained why she wasn't particularly fond of Asia. After a brief pause, Kanna stole a glance at the blonde nun, who was still trailing behind them with an innocent, slightly lost look on her face. Finally, Kanna gave a small nod. Blake leaned back in his chair, watching Asia eye the food on the table with a mixture of longing and hesitation. "Asia, eat as much as you want. Don't hold back." Despite her clear hunger, she still hesitated, her hands clenching in her lap as if she felt guilty for accepting the offer. After a moment, she clasped her hands together. "Lord, thank you for your blessings, and thank you as well, Mr. Blake." Only then did she finally pick up a fry and take a delicate bite. Her eyes lit up instantly, a pure, childlike joy spreading across her face. Blake sighed inwardly. Asia really was something else. A girl like her, who had faced so many hardships, could still find happiness in something as simple as a fast food meal. With a small smile, he turned to Kanna and slid a large sundae across the table. "Here's your ice cream, Kanna." Kanna's expression immediately softened. "Thank you, big brother." With that, she dug in enthusiastically, her earlier moodiness seemingly forgotten. The three of them ate together, chatting lightly. For a brief moment, it felt like an ordinary night out. But of course, things never stayed peaceful for long. By the time they finished eating, the sun had set. Outside the restaurant, Asia shuffled nervously, gripping the handle of her suitcase. Mr. Blake, thank you for everything. I should get going now. Could you help me with directions to the old church?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if she were embarrassed to ask for another favor. Before Blake could respond, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Mission issued. Help Asia. Reward, plus 50 luck points. Blake's sapphire blue eyes flickered with thought. So, it's happening already? He knew something wasn't right. If he let her go now, she might run into trouble. Turning to Asia, he spoke gently. "Asia, it's already late, and the old church is quite far from here. It's not safe to go alone. How about staying at my place for the night? I'll take you there tomorrow." Asia blinked, startled. She hesitated, clearly torn between accepting his kindness and feeling like she was being a burden. I don't want to trouble you any more than I already have. Blake could tell she wasn't rejecting the offer outright. She was just too polite to impose. He sighed, shaking his head. It's no trouble at all. Honestly, I'd feel better knowing you're safe. You're in a foreign town with nowhere to go. It's the least I can do. Asia's hands fidgeted against the handle of her suitcase. But, is this urgent? Blake asked, switching tactics. If it's something pressing, I can take you there now and make sure you get there safely. Asia bit her lip, clearly conflicted. Then, after a long pause, she sighed in defeat. All right, if you really don't mind, I'll stay the night. A satisfied smile crossed Blake's lips. Good. Then let's head home. Without waiting for her to second-guess herself, he took her hand in one of his, and with the other, he held calmness. The three of them walked down the dimly lit streets, bathed in the glow of street lamps. It was oddly pleasant. A golden-haired beauty on one side, a silver-haired dragon girl on the other. Honestly, if it weren't for the unwelcome presence lurking in the shadows, the night would have been perfect. Blake's smile thinned as his sharp gaze flicked toward the rooftops. He could feel them. They were being watched. Meanwhile, in the shadows, perched atop a nearby building, a dark-winged figure narrowed her violet eyes as she watched Blake lead Asia away. Behind her, one of her subordinates spoke. Lady Rainier, what should we do now? Our target has been intercepted by that boy. The woman's eyes gleamed with intrigue. It doesn't matter. He can't protect her forever. We'll just wait for the right moment. With that, the shadows stirred once more. The night was just beginning. High above the city, perched atop a towering building, three fallen angels stood in the dim moonlight. Their black wings twitched with barely restrained frustration as they watched the trio below. He's ruined our plans one too many times, one of them muttered, her voice filled with venom. If he's so eager to die, I'll be happy to grant his wish. Let's see what his sacred gear can really do. Rainier, their leader, narrowed her eyes as she watched Blake's retreating figure. A dangerous smirk played at her lips, her voice laced with lethal intent. We move at midnight. Bring that lunatic priest with us, and make sure to kill him in one strike. Yes, Lady Rainier. The three fallen angels shared a wicked grin before vanishing into the night, leaving behind only a few drifting black feathers. A scream in the night. Help! Devil Sama, please save me. The desperate shriek echoed through the empty streets, cutting through the silence like a knife. Blake, walking with Asia not far from home, came to an abrupt stop. His sharp eyes flickered coldly as he turned toward the source of the cry. Beside him, Kana gripped his sleeve, her small fingers tightening. She'd seen this kind of thing before. She could guess what was happening. Asia, however, flinched like a frightened rabbit, instinctively hiding behind Blake. Her wide emerald eyes darted nervously toward the shadowy, ominous building ahead. The air was thick with something vile, fear, madness, and murderous intent, all swirling together in a suffocating mix. From inside the building, a voice slithered through the darkness, dripping with mockery. TSK, 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 still alive? You're tougher than I expected for a filthy heretic. In a dimly lit room, a man hung against the wall, his body crucified by thick iron spikes driven through his hands and feet. Blood trickled down, pooling into dark stains on the cold floor. Those who commit evil must be punished, a voice cooed in twisted delight. At least, that's what a certain saint once said. A white-haired priest stood in front of the victim, holding another thick nail between his fingers, poised to drive it straight into the man's abdomen. His eyes gleamed with lunacy, his grin stretching unnaturally wide. Before he could strike, a sudden blood-red magic circle flared to life in the room, casting eerie shadows along the walls. From its center stepped a young girl with short silver hair, a Kaneko-shaped hairpin glinting under the dim light. Her arrival made the white-haired priest pause mid-motion. Then, slowly, a twisted grin spread across his face. Oh my, what do we have here? he murmured, his tone dripping with excitement. A devil, how delightful. The stench of your aura is making my skin crawl in the best way possible. The man pinned to the wall let out another desperate cry, his voice hoarse but filled with renewed hope. Ah, help! Devils, please save me. The priest's grin twitched. His eye twitched. Then, with a manic laugh, he drove the nail even deeper into the man's flesh. You dare beg a devil for help in front of me? That takes some real guts. The room grew even colder. Kaniko's golden eyes darkened as she stepped forward, her voice steady but laced with unspoken fury. Let him go. Fried Selzen's gaze flicked to her, amusement dancing in his wild eyes. A devil pleading for a human? He scoffed. That's so disgusting I could puke. Then, with no warning, he yanked the nail free from the man's stomach, only to plunge it directly into his heart. Again and again, crimson splattered across the priest's face. He shuddered in twisted delight, his laughter ringing out like a broken melody. The sight sent a surge of fury through Kaniko. Her hands clenched into fists as she lunged forward, her right fist cutting through the air toward the priest's smug face. Boom! Fried dodged effortlessly, smirking as Kaniko's punch shattered the nearby wall, sending debris flying. Ha ha ha! Not bad, little kitty, he taunted, stepping back. But that strength of yours is worthless against me. With a flick of his wrist, he drew a glowing blade from his chest. The weapon hummed with holy energy, the sheer radiance of it burning like a brand against the darkness. Kaniko's pupils contracted. She barely had time to react as the blade came swinging toward her neck. Too fast, she twisted her body, but the sword's trajectory was unforgiving. Even if she dodged, it would still graze her shoulder. The holy energy would burn her flesh. It would be a serious wound. Fried's grin widened. The thrill of the hunt glowed in his crazed eyes. And then, shing! 5 energy blades shot through the air in an instant. One struck his holy sword, knocking it off course. The other 4 pierced through his limbs, cutting deep into muscle and bone. Agag! Fried's scream echoed through the room as he collapsed, blood spurting from the gaping wounds in his arms and legs. Taking the opportunity, Kaniko quickly moved back, her golden eyes snapping toward the doorway. There, standing in the open entrance, was a silver-haired young man, his icy blue eyes radiating quiet fury. Senpai? Kaniko murmured in surprise. Blake stepped inside, his footsteps heavy with barely restrained rage. His gaze locked onto Fried's writhing form, a storm brewing behind his usually calm eyes. You dare try to harm my Kohai? He said, voice dangerously low. Fried, despite his injuries, bared his teeth in a twisted sneer. You bastard. He wheezed. Do you have a death wish? Blake exhaled sharply through his nose. Then, with a flick of his fingers, the large iron nails on the floor shot up and impaled Fried's limbs, pinning him down like a grotesque marionette. Our guard! Fried's scream tore through the air, but this time he had no strength left to fight back. His face twisted in agony, his body trembling. Kaniko's sharp eyes flicked toward Blake. Senpai, what are you doing here? Blake didn't answer right away. He simply stood over Fried's broken form, his gaze unreadable. Kaniko snapped out of her daze, stepping forward with a mix of relief and disbelief. If Blake hadn't arrived when he did, she would have been in serious trouble. You okay? Blake asked, his voice calm but edged with lingering concern. Kaniko nodded slightly. I didn't expect to see you here. Just out shopping, Blake sighed. I sensed your presence while passing by, so I came to check. Didn't expect things to get this messy. Before Kaniko could reply, a sharp scream cut through the tension. Both turned to see a blonde girl in a nun's habit sitting on the ground, clearly shaken. Her wide eyes darted between the scene and a silver-haired little girl standing beside her, completely unbothered. Blake exhaled. Figures they follow me inside. Asia, visibly distressed, scrambled to her feet. We need to help him. He's hurt, she cried, glancing at the white-haired priest slumped on the ground. Blake's expression hardened. Asia, stay back. He's not the victim here. He's the one responsible for everything that happened here. Asia hesitated, glancing at the priest, freed Selzin, who, despite his injuries, still had a wicked grin. Freed chuckled, his voice laced with mockery. Isn't this a sight? A former saintess standing among devils. How disgraceful. Asia flinched at his words, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Blake's patience snapped. Without another word, he stepped forward and swiftly incapacitated Freed with a precise strike. The man went limp, unconscious. A notification appeared in Blake's vision. Plundered 24 luck points from Freed Selzin. Remaining luck value, 80. Plunder chances, 4. Blake barely acknowledged it, instead focusing on Asia, who was still trembling. Kaneko, unfazed, turned to him. So what now? Blake ran a hand through his hair. I'll explain everything back at the Occult Research Club. Let's get out of here. A meeting at the Occult Research Club. A flash of red light signaled their arrival at the Occult Research Club headquarters. Huh, back already. Rias looked up from her seat, surprised. Aquino, standing beside her, tilted her head curiously. Before either could ask, their eyes landed on Blake, along with Asia, who clung nervously to his arm, and Kanna, casually munching on a snack, seemingly indifferent. Rias raised a brow. Okay, I get the nun, but who's the kid? Blake, did you kidnap someone? Oh my. Aquino chimed in, her tone teasing. First a beautiful blonde nun, now a silver-haired lowly? Should we be worried? Kaneko, deadpan, muttered, maybe he's a lullicon. Blake groaned. For the last time, I didn't kidnap anyone. He patted Kanna's head. This is Kanna. She's, well, in a way, my little sister. More accurately, she's my contracted partner. She's the blue eyes white dragon. Silence. Then, excuse me. Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko all stared, dumbfounded. Even Asia blinked in confusion. The blue eyes white dragon. Rias repeated. Blake nodded. Yep. Aquino placed a hand on her hip, studying Kanna. That adorable little girl is one of the strongest dragons in existence. Kanna simply gave a tiny nod. Rias sighed, rubbing her temples. Of course, you somehow contracted with a dragon. Just another day with Blake. Blake smirked. Pretty much. Rias exhaled. All right, we'll come back to that later. More importantly, Blake, what's the deal with the nun? Blake glanced at Asia, who hesitated before stepping forward. I was expelled from the church, she admitted softly, because I healed someone the church saw as an enemy. They call me a heretic. Ria's gaze sharpened. You healed a devil? Asia nodded hesitantly. That means she is twilight healing, Blake interjected. One of the sacred gears that allows its wielder to heal any being, devils included. Rias and Aquino exchanged looks. That was significant. Asia, Rias said gently, would you consider joining me? I could use a bishop like you. Asia's eyes widened in shock. And me? A devil. Blake placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. You don't have to decide right away. Think about it first. Rias smiled. Fair enough. For now, let's focus on getting her settled in. As the conversation wrapped up, Blake took Asia and Kanna back to his place for the night. Meanwhile, back at the abandoned church, a dark presence loomed over Freed's unconscious body. Rainier and 3 other fallen angels stood in the shadows, their expressions unreadable. This complicates things, Rainier murmured. Big brother Blake, aren't you going to sleep? Kanna asked, tilting her head after Blake had settled Asia in another room. I still have a bit of business to take care of. Kanna, remember to sleep once you're fully charged, Blake said with a smile as he gently patted Kanna's head, glancing at her tail plugged into a power socket. To maintain Kanna's strength, a substantial amount of electricity was required, which meant considerable expenses. However, Blake didn't mind money. Keeping Kanna well-powered was the priority. I understand, Kanna replied without objection. She nodded before lying down, her tail still plugged into the bed's nearby socket. I guess I will go and take care of the matters too, Blake said, offering a warm smile as he left the room. On the rooftop, Blake sat with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. Time flowed like water, and after an unknown amount of time, Blake suddenly opened his eyes and looked ahead. In the distance, four figures, each with a pair of black wings, were rapidly flying toward him. Finally here? It seems a bit late. Or are you planning to kill me in my sleep? How tasteless of you, Blake said, scanning the four figures hovering not far away, his gaze ultimately resting on the one in the center, wearing a faint smile. With black hair, a stunning appearance, and revealing clothing that exuded temptation, it was none other than the fallen angel Rainier. You already expected we would come? Rainier looked at Blake with a grim expression and said coldly. It was unpleasant to have one's thoughts so clearly seen through. You can think of it that way, Blake replied indifferently. In fact, he had been controlling the movements of Rainier and the others from the start. The reason he hadn't killed them earlier was because of Asia. Now that the goal was achieved, it no longer mattered. Go! His sacred gear should be able to split into dozens of swords. If you pay attention, dodging won't be difficult. At Rainier's command, the three fallen angels under her, middled, each summoned a light spear in their hands and shot them toward Blake with a whooshing sound. However, in the next moment, Blake's aura became incredibly sharp, like a drawn sword. At the same time, to Rainier's horror, dozens of swords formed of energy appeared in front of him and shot toward them. In an instant, 6 light spears were riddled with holes from the sword form energy, and the remaining sword rapidly covered Rainier and the others. Poof! Faced with this attack, only the stronger Rainier was able to narrowly avoid it by diving toward the ground. The other 3 weaker fallen angels, however, were pierced through and fell to the ground, blood gushing. Seeing this, Rainier's beautiful face twisted into an expression of pure rage. She materialized a small light spear in her hand and hurled it at Blake. Brat, you've pissed me off. Time for you to die. With that, Rainier charged toward Blake, her light spear leaving a brilliant trail in the air. Ding! However, the next moment, Rainier's expression froze as Blake simply used one hand to grab the light spear firmly. At such speed, to grasp the spear between his fingers and stop it was a feat that even high-class devils wouldn't dare attempt, as a small mistake could result in serious injury. But now, a mere human had done it. Stop struggling. Even if you're 10 times stronger, you won't be able to get your spear back, Blake said indifferently, watching Rainier, who was frantically pulling on the spear but couldn't move an inch. With his physical strength that could rival top high-class devil ranks, this was child's play. Damn it! Rainier gritted her teeth, abandoning the first spear and quickly summoning another one with her other hand, charging at Blake again. Bang! However, before she could reach him, a dull sound rang out. Rainier gasped in pain, her body freezing in place. Now, what should I do to punish you? Blake asked coldly, lightly brushing her face as he spoke. Damn it! Rainier, having snapped back from the pain and fear, clenched her teeth and kicked toward Blake. Bang! However, her attack was far too weak to reach Blake. Even if it did, it would have no effect. Blake, disinterested in being hit, countered by kicking her out of the air, sending her crashing to the ground and creating a crater several meters in diameter. Cough! Why is a human this strong? Rainier, severely wounded and feeling weak, stared at Blake, who calmly jumped down from the rooftop and landed on the ground, muttering in disbelief. There were exorcists, psychics, and mages among humans with extraordinary powers, but someone with physical strength on par with a typical dragon race. Rainier had never heard of such a thing. This time I won't kill you. Go back and tell your governor, Azazel, not to bother me again, Blake said coldly, standing over Rainier, looking down into the crater she had created. Rainier's mission was entrusted by Azazel to monitor Issei. Now that he himself was on her list, Blake deduced that it could only be Azazel behind this. As Blake's words fell, Rainier's pupils contracted, her expression frozen in shock as she stared at him. So it was true. Noticing Rainier's change in mood, Blake raised an eyebrow. If it had been a mere guess before, now it was confirmed. However, Blake couldn't understand why someone like Azazel would send someone to monitor him. Leave, I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Ignoring Rainier, Blake spoke with an overwhelming aura. Struck by the full force of Blake's imposing aura, Rainier snapped back to reality, gritted her teeth, and despite her injuries, vanished as quickly as possible. Ding! The voice of a system notification sounded in Blake's mind, notifying him of successful luck plundering, along with the amounts of luck points he had gained. He had obtained 246 luck points in total. At that moment, a pleasant voice echoed in his mind, making him nod in satisfaction. Those who came to trouble him always had to pay the price. This time, the reward was quite good. Well, to complete that task, I really need Asia to become Rias's servant. Only then will she truly find her place. Blake seemed to recall something and murmured thoughtfully, "Forget it. I'll deal with that matter later. For now, I just need to prepare her mentally." While muttering these words, Blake casually converted his power into magic to repair the damaged ground before heading back inside. However, as Blake was about to enter his room, the door beside him suddenly opened, and Asia appeared in her pajamas, staring blankly at him. "Asia, are you feeling unwell?" Blake was taken aback, then showed a concerned expression as he asked. "No, it's not that." Asia quickly shook her head. "It's just, I feel very uneasy. Tomorrow, I have to leave here, but I don't know where to go." Asia lowered her head, her face full of gloom. "HM, haven't you thought about becoming Rias's servant? Though Rias is a devil, I can tell you that there's no high-class devil who treats their followers better than Rias does." Blake touched his face, then seriously said this. "About that, I trust you, Blake. But as a nun, I feel lost about becoming a devil. The Lord wouldn't tolerate that either." Asia spoke cautiously. "What are you thinking? Right now, the most important thing for you is family and a sense of belonging. As for the Lord, even if you become a devil, your faith won't change, right? As long as you're careful about some things, it'll be fine." Blake smiled lightly. He still remembered the amusing scene from the original story when Asia and Zenobia, the church duo, kept praying and causing headaches. "Well, as for a sense of belonging, I want to be with you, Blake." For some reason, Asia suddenly raised her head and said this in a louder voice. As soon as she said it, her delicate face instantly turned bright red. She lowered her head, looking nervous. Blake was also stunned for a moment. It seemed that less than half a day had passed, and her affection for him had already grown so high. "Although I would like Asia to stay here, this still requires Rias's approval." Blake then placed his hand on Asia's head and gently stroked it while speaking. "Blake is Rias's follower? But Blake, you're human." Upon hearing this, Asia was first stunned, then asked in confusion, I'm human. However, Rias is my girlfriend, so it's up to her. Otherwise, I'd be seen as a scumbag hiding a girl." Blake smiled wryly in response. "Understand, I want to be with you, Blake, so I've decided to become a devil." After several seconds of silence, Asia finally raised her head and said with determination. There was even a faint fighting spirit in her green eyes. "All right, go to sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you to my school." Blake smiled lightly and patted Asia's head. Hearing this, Asia smiled and obediently went back to her room. Phew, things went even smoother than I expected. After letting out a sigh, Blake opened his own door and walked in. On the bed, Kana was already curled up under the covers, comfortably asleep. This made Blake smile warmly as he hugged Kana to sleep. The next morning, Blake took Asia to school. As a popular figure at school, Blake was naturally the center of attention for most people. And this time, he was accompanied by a delicate, golden-haired, and beautiful young girl, which made everyone stunned. Men were jealous. Women were also jealous, but their jealousy was directed at Asia. They had never seen Blake walk so closely with a girl in public. This atmosphere also startled Asia, who had no idea what was happening. Blake could only helplessly hold Asia's hand and speed up, taking her directly to the Occult Research Club and settling her there. Blake then went to his classes. When the lessons finally ended, Blake sighed with relief. "Blake, well done. Now I finally have another cute follower." When Blake returned to the Occult Research Club, Rias's slightly delighted voice rang out. In front of her, Asia stood with a conflicted expression, her back adorned with black devil wings resembling a scythe. Asia, how do you feel? Seeing Rias, Aquino surrounding Asia, and Kaneko sitting on the sofa, Blake shook his head before approaching Asia and asking with concern. I feel like it's hard to grasp, Asia said with a conflicted tone. Apart from a slight sense of guilt and the addition of devil wings on her back, nothing much had changed. That's good. Upon hearing this, Blake smiled and patted Asia's head. This time you got lucky. The request from this child really gave me a headache. Wanted to live with you. Not even your girlfriend has asked for that. At that moment, Rias suddenly whispered into Blake's ear, saying softly, I won't do anything to Asia. Blake rolled his eyes and immediately responded, I know, I won't hide anything from Asia. All right, since Asia just joined, there's no need for work today. Let's go out for a party. Rias showed a look that said, You did well, before clapping her hands, drawing everyone's attention, and speaking loudly, setting the mood for the day. Today was, once again, a peaceful day. Good news, everyone. A foreign transfer student has come to our class today. In the early morning, the homeroom teacher of Blake scanned the room before speaking, causing a commotion among the students. Hello, everyone. I am Asia Argento, Blake's foreign sister. Under the loud cheers of the boys and the astonished looks from the girls, Asia, who exuded a fragile aura, walked into the classroom and nervously introduced herself at the podium. Blake's sister. Damn, this lucky guy. As soon as Asia finished speaking, the boys started lamenting in unison. With his extraordinarily handsome looks, being a foreign transfer student, and his image as the ice prince in the girls' hearts, these many halos around Blake now had a younger sister added to the mix. The boys were about to go crazy. Most of the girls, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. The rumors about Blake and the blonde girl had spread among them yesterday, but it turned out she was his sister. Among all of them, only 3 people remained unfazed. The pale-faced Issei and his 2 friends who were secretly reading perverted magazines in their desks. In fact, Issei was more than unfazed. He felt disgust. Yes, despite Asia being so cute, Issei felt disgust. After playing a lot of perverted games and being killed by a fallen angel, and then being cooped up at home for a week, Issei had become abnormal. More accurately, he had developed misogyny. The more beautiful the woman, the more he hated them. Asia-chan, what's your phone number? Where do you live? At this moment, a boy yelled out, causing Asia's face to turn red. I don't have a phone. I live at Blake's house. Asia honestly answered, which shocked everyone in the room. Living with a distant relative as a sister? What could be more enviable than that? All right, quiet down. Don't ask so many questions. At that moment, Blake lightly released a pressure that made the class calm down. All right, Asia, you can sit behind Kiri-san, or rather, the girl over there. The homeroom teacher also sighed in relief, as despite his yelling, the class was still noisy. It seemed that Blake's mere words had instantly quieted everyone down. Asia looked hesitantly at the seat next to Blake, but eventually sat behind Kiryu Aika. Asia-chan, I'm Kiryu Aika. Just call me Aika. Let's get along well from now on. Once Asia sat down, Kiryu Aika immediately turned around, adjusting her glasses with a glint of intelligence in her eyes, as if seeing through something. She said meaningfully, Asia, hearing this, nervously nodded. Afterward, Kiryu Aika showed a mischievous smile before turning back around. Was this fate? Asia, staying with Kiryu Aika, a fujoshi, could lead to some amusing moments. Blake, who had been paying attention to Asia, shook his head. A trace of light flashed in his crystal blue eyes as he muttered to himself. He hadn't forgotten that much of Asia's knowledge on such matters had been taught by Kiryu Aika, the fujoshi. Of course, Aika had taught with some restraint, which made Blake feel more at ease, or rather, slightly expectant. Just like that, over a week passed. As Blake had anticipated, after Asia became friends with Aika, she received quite a few benefits from their cohabitation, much to Blake's satisfaction. At least, Asia used to never help him with his back in the bath. Of course, she was still only rubbing his back with a towel, not yet reaching the exciting and much-anticipated monthly, circumstantial rubbing phase. Ding ding. With the pleasant sound of the bell, the day's classes finally ended, and Blake promptly woke up from his cultivation state. Asia, let's head to the clubroom. After letting out a breath, Blake picked up his sword bag and spoke softly to Asia, who was packing up her books in front of him. Despite having a space ring, he still preferred to carry the frost whisper. Hearing this, Asia quickly nodded and stood up. At that moment, a girl with glasses and braided hair walked up to Blake. Another delightful day, huh? But you better be careful. Your thing is too big. It could hurt Asia-chan. Upon hearing this, Blake twitched his mouth and looked at the girl, who seemed to be scanning his lower body with a gleam in her eyes. It was none other than the delinquent Kiryu Aika. Kiryu-san, what does that mean? Asia, who was pure-hearted, looked puzzled and blinked her green eyes, asking. That's... Just as Kiryu Aika was about to answer, Blake glared at her and then pulled Asia's hand, leaving amidst the screams of boys and girls. Kiryu Aika watched Blake's back and happily pushed her glasses, as if savoring the reactions of both Blake and Asia. Truly, Kiryu Aika was a woman who could be quite plucky. A moment later, Blake took Asia to the Occult Research Club. However, as soon as they opened the door to the clubroom, they immediately sensed that the atmosphere was different. A tense feeling filled the air. Blake's crystal blue pupils contracted as he felt the oppressive pressure. Sitting on the couch across from Rias was a maid-like figure. She had long silver hair tied up, wearing a neat maid outfit, and looked extremely serious. However, she was no ordinary maid. The very presence she gave off weighed down the room, an aura so strong that even Blake, an ultimate class being, could not. However, this was also understandable, as the identity and background of the silver-haired maid were far too intimidating. Graphia Lucifuge, the queen of Satan Surzex Lucifer, known as the underworld's strongest queen, the silver-haired queen of annihilation. Even among the Satan-class devils, she stood as one of the top-tier powerhouses. Her personality was exceedingly strict, to the extent that even Rias rarely dared to talk back to her. The legendary queen of annihilation gracing me with her presence. What business might you have with me? Faced with Graphia's unwavering gaze, Blake furrowed his brows slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but quickly regained his composure. Looking at her calmly, he spoke. Seeing how quickly Blake recovered from the pressure of her aura, Graphia was momentarily surprised. Though she hadn't been serious, the released aura was not something a mere human should have been able to endure. Even high-class devils would pale under its weight, yet Blake appeared unaffected. Just call me Graphia. For now, my identity is merely that of the head maid of the Gremory household. Blake, I've come to deliver a message. Maintaining her solemn demeanor, Graphia suddenly broke the silence and spoke. Miss Rias is about to marry the young master of the renowned Phoenix family from the underworld. Your little game of romance should end here. Did Rias agree to this? Hearing this, Blake immediately sneered coldly, speaking nonchalantly. This marriage concerns the future of the pure-blooded devils of the underworld. It is not something Miss Rias can decide on her own. Graphia replied indifferently, her gaze unwavering as she looked at him. Such tyranny. After muttering this disdainfully, Blake's aura suddenly transformed, becoming as sharp and indomitable as an unsheathed blade. However, at least for now, Rias is my girlfriend. Until Rias herself breaks up with me, I will not hand her over to anyone. The moment these words left his lips, Graphia frowned. Rias's blue eyes wavered intensely, while Akino, Kaneko, Kiba, and the slightly nervous Asia all turned to look at Blake's resolute figure, ripples forming in their hearts. Aside from Asia, who didn't understand the significance of Graphia's identity, the others were fully aware of who she was and the terrifying power she concealed beneath her delicate form. They had never imagined that Blake would stand so firmly against Graphia for Rias's sake. Stubborn. This is the will of the underworld. It's not something you can change. Graphia's tone became stern, her aura intensifying further, causing Kaneko and Asia to feel slightly breathless. At that moment, a silver glow appeared on the back of Blake's hand, and soon, Kana materialized before everyone's eyes. Big brother Blake, she's very strong. Standing protectively in front of him, Kana spoke seriously, her usual carefree expression replaced by a grave demeanor. I know, but I'm not so weak as to need you to shield me, Kana. Hearing this, Blake gently patted her head and then pulled her behind him. Though Kana was indeed powerful, she was still far from being a match for someone like Graphia, who stood at the pinnacle of the Satan class. A dragon's aura? And not just any dragon. When Kana appeared, Graphia's eyes widened slightly in surprise, a rare expression of shock crossing her usually composed face. Seeing Kana, her gaze toward Blake shifted. After all, it was inconceivable for an ordinary human to form a contract with such a unique dragon. Graphia, I too have my will. As the tense atmosphere lingered, Rias suddenly broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention. I will never give up, Blake. I will not marry a weak man. Standing up, Rias cast an apologetic yet deeply moved glance at Blake before turning to face Graphia with unwavering determination. Hearing this, Graphia frowned. Though her impression of Blake had changed, abandoning her mission was out of the question. A mission had to be carried out perfectly. Miss Rias, this matter. Before Graphia could finish, the magic circle on the floor of the clubroom began to glow. The Gremory family crest inscribed within the circle shifted, transforming into a fiery emblem. Phoenix. Yudo Kiba muttered softly as he glanced at the altered magic circle. The room was enveloped in a radiant light as a figure materialized within the circle. Boom! Flames erupted from the circle, filling the room with an oppressive heat. A male silhouette emerged from the fire. Seeing Kaneko and Asia looking slightly uncomfortable, Blake furrowed his brows. His power shifted instantly to ice magic, countering the flames and restoring the room's temperature to normal. Impressive. You're not bad for someone trying to steal Rias from me. A man dressed in a red suit stood there. His outfit was worn carelessly, with no tie and his shirt unbuttoned at the chest. Appearing to be in his 20s, he looked at Blake with an amused expression, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Surrounding him were 14 beautiful girls of varying appearances, exuding an air of decadence and luxury. Riser Phoenix. Rias spoke his name with an unmistakable tone of disdain. Ah, Rias, I'll come and take you home. With that, Riser casually walked over, intending to touch Rias's face in front of everyone. You're a bit too bold, don't you think? Trying to touch my girlfriend's face right in front of me. In the next instant, Blake appeared before Riser with astonishing speed, grabbing his hand firmly. His expression was ice cold. At that moment, the tension in the room reached being gripped by Blake. Riser felt as though his hand were caught in an iron vise, causing immense pain and rendering him unable to move. Enraged and shocked, Riser could only glare at Blake in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how a mere human could possess such immense strength. Ignoring Riser's furious outburst, Blake simply gazed at him coldly with his piercing, crystal blue eyes. Damn it! Under Blake's unyielding gaze, Riser felt a strange unease well up within him, infuriating him further. Unable to tolerate the sensation, he released a surge of energy, his body faintly emitting sparks of flame. From Riser's group of peerage members nearby, many drew their weapons, ready for confrontation. Among them, however, a stunningly beautiful girl simply observed quietly, her expression filled with curiosity about Blake. Stop this, Lord Riser. I have an announcement to make regarding recent orders. At that moment, Graphia suddenly spoke, releasing an oppressive aura that left everyone struggling to breathe. Even the crimson aura emanating from Rias dissipated as she turned her attention toward Graphia. Oh, and what might that be? Riser asked, his displeasure evident. Just now, Lord Gremory and Lord Surzek sent word that if Rias is strongly opposed to the marriage, then the matter will be resolved through a rating game, Grafia stated calmly. If Lord Riser wins, he will marry Miss Rias as planned. If he loses, then the engagement will be handled according to Miss Rias' wishes. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed the news. Rias, Aquino, Kiba, and Kaneko all wore expressions of anger and frustration. Though it sounded like a fair opportunity, the reality was anything but favorable. This game was merely a different way to force Rias into compliance. First, Rias' peerage was incomplete, whereas Riser had 14 peerage members. Second, while Riser's character might leave much to be desired, he was a top-tier rating game player ranked among the top 10. He had only lost once, and that loss was intentional due to noble political machinations. Third, Riser possessed the Phoenix clan's unique ability of immortality. Defeating him was nearly impossible. At best, one might achieve a draw. Thus, although it was framed as an opportunity, for Rias, the path ahead remained a deep abyss. Well, Rias, didn't you say you didn't want to marry a weak man? If that's the case, let's settle this with a rating game. I'll show you my strength and prove that I am the man worthy of the crimson-haired ruined princess. Riser declared, exuding confidence. His peerage members mirrored his smug expressions, brimming with confidence in their master's abilities. But Lady Grafia, Bucho hasn't even participated in a single game before. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, Aquino spoke up, her tone filled with frustration. This is the final opportunity granted by Lord Gremory and Lord Surzex. If you refuse, then you must obediently accept the marriage. Grafia interrupted sternly before Aquino could finish, her expression radiating authority that demanded compliance. Rias accepted. At that moment, Blake released Riser's hand and, ignoring the latter's furious glare, calmly sat beside Rias. Taking her delicate hand in his own, he spoke softly. Feeling his reassuring grasp, Rias' previously unsettled heart found solace. Her emerald eyes regained their usual confidence and regal demeanor. After glancing at the furious Riser, then at her loyal and trusting peerage, Rias finally turned her gaze toward Grafia. I will accept this rating game. If I lose, I will accept my fate and marry Riser. However, I have one condition, Rias said firmly. What condition? Grafia asked, furrowing her brows slightly. I want Blake to participate. Blake? But Miss Rias, he is not one of your peerage members. Allowing him to join would break the rules. Grafia replied, her expression stern. Though I'm not one of Rias' peerage, I am her boyfriend and directly involved in this situation. Rules can be adjusted. Besides, Rias' peerage is incomplete, making this game grossly unfair to her. Blake countered calmly, meeting Grafia's gaze without backing down. Grafia's eyes flickered with emotion as she considered his words. After a moment of contemplation, she fell silent, lost in thought. If you want to join, that's fine by me. But don't expect me to go easy on you. Be ready to be beaten half to death. The punishment for trying to steal my fiancée won't be light. Riser interjected with a cold sneer, glaring at Blake with open hostility. Though allowing Blake to join might increase the challenge slightly, Riser, with his immortality, felt confident in his victory. What mattered most to him was crushing the human who dared to humiliate him publicly. However, Blake merely cast a curious glance at Riser, his expression amused. He had been preparing to argue further with Grafia, but to his surprise, Riser had agreed so readily. Since Lord Riser has no objections, I have no reason to refuse either. As such, Blake is permitted to join this rating game as a special exception. Grafia finally announced. Her decision brought relief to Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and Kiba, who all felt a glimmer of hope. With Blake, who could easily defeat Kiba in battle, joining their team, their chances of victory, though still slim, had undoubtedly increased. Unbeknownst to them, however, they had gravely underestimated Blake's true strength. Now that it's settled, The rating game between Miss Rias and Lord Riser will take place 1 week from now at midnight. It'll be broadcast live across the underworld. Both parties should make their preparations beforehand. Graphia stated solemnly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Understand, Rias replied calmly, nodding in acknowledgement. Rias, I'll come see you again in a week. I hope you'll behave by then. With these words, Riser adopted a smug demeanor and returned to his peerage. With a flash of flames, Riser and his 14 female peerage members disappeared from the clubroom. Well then, I'll be taking my leave as well. Without lingering, Graphia cast a deep, enigmatic glance at Blake, who remained calm and composed, before departing through a magic circle. For some reason, she had a peculiar feeling that Blake might become the biggest wild card in this seemingly predetermined rating game. Blake, Bucho, what exactly is going on? Now that the oppressive presence of Graphia and Riser was gone, the clubroom finally regained some of its previous atmosphere. Asia, who had been trembling with fear, cautiously spoke, her voice as timid as a frightened rabbit. In contrast, Kana showed little change in her expression, except for the way she had been vigilantly watching Graphia the whole time, wary of her making a move. Hearing Asia's question, Rhea sighed softly before explaining the situation. At the same time, her gaze toward Blake grew more complex. To her, Blake's reaction, his intense anger at hearing about her arranged engagement, his confrontation with Graphia, and his unwavering support for her, showed his genuine feelings for her. It also made her realize that Blake was a man of responsibility and courage. How could she not be moved by that? Is that so? Bucho, I will do my best. After listening to Rias's explanation, Asia clenched her tiny fists in determination, her words eliciting a chuckle from the group and easing the previously tense atmosphere. We only have 1 week. We'll need to train hard, Rias declared, exhaling deeply to calm herself. Yes. Hearing her resolve, Aquino, Kiba, Kaneko, and Asia all nodded firmly, their eyes filled with determination. Blake said nothing in response. Although he could have assured them not to worry, he thought that training would be beneficial for everyone, especially to strengthen Asia and Kaneko. Thus time flowed like water. Amid the rigorous training, a week passed in the blink of an eye. 1 week later, early morning, in a space modeled after Kuo Academy, Blake, Kana, Rias, Aquino, Asia, Kaneko, and Kiba found themselves inside the Occult Research Clubroom. As soon as they appeared, Graphia's voice echoed throughout the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Graphia, the referee for this rating game between Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix. In the name of my master, Surzex Lucifer, I will oversee this battle. Please allow me to explain. For this rating game, as per the preferences of both Rias Gremory and Riser Phoenix, we have created a battlefield modeled after Kuo Academy from the human world. The rules are simple. The game will continue until the leader of one side is defeated. Listening to Graphia's explanation, Blake and the others remained calm, their expressions unchanged. Moments later, Graphia's voice rang out again. The starting time has arrived. The match will end by dawn in the human world. Let the game begin. Dong, dong, dong. The school bell chimed, signaling the start of the game. Bucho, what should we do now? In the clubroom, Aquino asked with a serious expression. Aquino, Kiba, Kaneko, Asia, you all stay here to protect Rias. Kana, and I will handle the rest. Before Rias could respond, Blake spoke calmly, drawing everyone's attention to him. Blake, are you serious? The other side has 15 members, including their king. If you get surrounded, you'll be eliminated instantly, Rias said, her brows furrowed in concern. Era. It's better not to be impulsive, Aquino advised, her tone gentle but firm. Senpai, Blake, Silva, Kaneko, Asia, and Kiba called out, echoing the same sentiment. I'm not being impulsive. I have enough power to crush Riser, Blake stated seriously after a deep breath, meeting everyone's eyes. I'm sorry, Rias, for becoming your boyfriend without revealing my true strength. This time, I'll show everyone that the boyfriend of the crimson-haired ruined princess is no weakling. With those words, Blake took Kanna by the hand and confidently left the clubroom, leaving the stunned group to process his declaration. Perhaps we really don't know him at all, Aquino murmured with a wry smile. Kaneko and Asia nodded in agreement, while Kiba remained silent, his expression thoughtful. Blake, since you've said so, how can I not believe you? Show me your true strength. But don't think I'll just wait here quietly, Rias muttered to herself, her emerald eyes shining with determination and her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She then followed after him. Hearing Rias's words, Aquino and the others paused briefly before smiling and following as well. After all, if their leader believed in him, how could they not? In the end, the outcome of this battle rested on Blake, the mysterious factor in their midst. As the group moved forward, Blake noticed their actions, but simply smiled without saying anything. The game has begun. After Blake and Kanna leisurely strolled to the Academy's field, they suddenly unleashed an aura far surpassing that of a high-ranking devil, leaving everyone watching in stunned disbelief. At that moment, the winds howled, and Meanwhile, in the underworld, Blake's bold decision to reveal his presence before everyone sparked heated discussions among the devil nobles and elders watching the broadcast. So, this is the rumored boyfriend of the Gremory princess in the human world? He's so arrogant. Does this guy really think he can compete with the third son of the Phoenix family for the Gremory princess? Utterly ridiculous. Wait, didn't someone say he's the eldest son of the Sleva family, a clan of magicians? Maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve. Even if he's the eldest son of the Sleva family, he's nothing more than a failure who was cast out. What could he possibly do? Exactly. Judging from how things are going, the Phoenix boy has already secured his victory in this game. Most devils dismissed Blake as overconfident and doomed to fail. Of course, there were exceptions. Blake, you managed to win Rias's heart. Show me what you're capable of, murmured Sona, Rias's childhood friend and rival, as she watched the scene unfold with her peerage. As the princess of the Citri family, a pure-blood high-class devil house, and the younger sister of Seraphal Leviathan, one of the 4 great Satans, Sona's gaze was filled with curiosity and intrigue. Seraphal herself was equally interested, her eyes fixed on Blake with keen fascination. In a luxurious Gremory estate located in their family territory, Rias's parents, alongside her brother Surzex Lucifer, one of the 4 great Satans, were also watching the broadcast. Graphia, what do you think of him? Rias's father asked as he turned to Graphia, who stood silently nearby, her gaze focused on Blake on the screen, her expression unusually thoughtful. What are your thoughts, my lord? Graphia calmly countered without immediately answering. Well, I think it's commendable that he has the courage to stand up for Rias, but his actions are too reckless. The best strategy would have been to work with Rias to eliminate Riser's peerage members one by one, then gang up on Riser himself to create a chance at victory. Instead, he's abandoned his greatest strength, his visual distortion ability, to confront them head-on. It's not a wise move, Rias's father analyzed objectively after a moment pause. I think he's just finding it troublesome and wants to take Riser out all at once, Surzex interjected with a chuckle. Hearing this, everyone present turned their attention to him. My lord, I agree with Lord Surzex's assessment, Graphia said calmly, her voice measured. In her mind, she recalled Blake's unwavering gaze when he faced her, resolute and unyielding. Oh, why do you say that? Do you know the extent of his strength? Rias's father asked, intrigued. I don't, but we'll find out soon enough. It seems the young lady has stepped out as well. Graphia shook her head and then added with a slightly sharp tone, having noticed something on the screen. Hearing this, everyone was startled and quickly looked over. On the screen, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Kiba, and Asia had all emerged and were standing a short distance from Blake. It appeared they had no intention of intervening, choosing instead to spectate. This decision caused Surzex's family, Seraphal, and other Satan-class devils to frown. Meanwhile, the other nobles and elders began voicing their opinions. They all criticized Rias Gremory's apparent lack of strategic thinking. In a simulated academy battlefield within the dimensional space, Rias gazed at Blake and called out in a voice filled with trust, "Blake, don't hold back. Let loose and give it everything you've got." "Understood," Blake replied, nodding as a warm feeling stirred within him. Initially, by stepping forward so openly, he had expected to face criticism. The others might have been seen as following a strategy, using him to distract the enemy, while Rias aimed for a direct assault on their leader. But Rias had chosen to step out, not to fight, but to witness everything firsthand. This act of absolute trust touched Blake deeply. If he failed, Rias would undoubtedly be drowned in criticism from the underworld. Of course, that was assuming he would fail. Well, it seems this so-called boyfriend of Rias doesn't think much of us. Since that's the case, we can't let this slide. Everyone attack. Crush them head on. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Blake, Riser's expression darkened with irritation. He barked out orders to his 14 female peerage members. "Yes, Lord Riser, leave it to us," responded a scantily clad woman wielding a staff, her large chest barely restrained by her outfit. She led the rest of the peerage away to engage their opponents. If Blake were there, he would recognize her as Eubeluna, Riser's queen and the infamous Bomb Queen. However, Blake wouldn't concern himself with her in the slightest. "So they're coming now? And that must be Ravel, huh? Not bad." Blake glanced at the air, where Eubeluna led 12 other women toward him, then shifted his gaze to a petite girl with golden twin drill hair, dressed in a pink and white outfit. She stood in the distance, watching with a peculiar expression. She was none other than Ravel Phoenix, Riser's sister. "You're awfully confident, aren't you? We outnumber you 2-1. Do you really think you can win against us?" From above, Eubeluna's furious voice rang out. "You'll regret your arrogance, boy. I was planning to play with you a little longer, but now I'll just end this quickly and send you off." Meanwhile, standing beside Eubeluna, Riser wore a similarly dark expression. To him, Blake's arrogant release of his overwhelming aura was nothing short of a blatant provocation. "You dare look down on us like this?" Riser growled. "I'm not looking down on anyone. I simply find this way more efficient," Blake replied calmly. "You!" Boom! Just as Riser and Eubeluna were seething with rage, Blake bent his knees slightly. A terrifying force exploded beneath him, leaving a deep crater on the ground. Then, like a cannonball propelled by the shockwave of a sonic boom, he rocketed toward the two of them in midair. Both Riser and Eubeluna's expressions drastically changed in response. The sheer force and speed displayed by Blake left Riser and Eubeluna with no doubt about his power. Unfortunately for them, it was already too late. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, Blake appeared right before them. Without hesitation, he delivered a devastating kick to Eubeluna's abdomen. She was sent flying like a missile, crashing through the school building with a thunderous impact. The structure crumbled into a pile of rubble. As Eubeluna was sent hurtling away, Riser instinctively formed a barrier in front of him, faint sparks igniting within. But Blake spun midair and struck with a sweeping kick. Crack! Boom! The sound of shattering echoed as Riser's magic barrier was obliterated by the force of the blow. The kick landed squarely on his abdomen, creating a powerful sonic boom. Riser was sent hurtling to the ground, carving out a deep crater more than 10 meters wide. Rocks flew in every direction, and cracks spiderwebbed across the battlefield. Lord Riser, Lady Eubeluna. Seeing both Riser and Eubeluna struck down in mere moments, Riser's remaining peerage stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Even Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Kiba, and Asia were frozen in place, stunned by what they had witnessed. Asia clutched her hands to her mouth in astonishment. The only exception was Kaneko, who cheered softly in her usual gentle tone. "Blake-senpai is amazing. Keep going." Her serene enthusiasm stood out amidst the chaotic atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the noble devils and elders who had been critiquing the match moments earlier were left utterly speechless, their stunned expressions akin to those of strangled ducks. However, what came next shocked them even more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky above, Blake drew his silver glowing sword, Frost Whisper, and raised it high. In an instant, thousands of sword-like projections filled the sky, gleaming with an icy radiance that sent chills down spines. The dense formation of sword energy seemed to blot out the heavens, filling the air with an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Riser, who had just managed to recover, stood frozen. His 12 remaining peerage members, as well as the noble devils and elders in the underworld, were left wide-eyed in awe. Even Rias and her team were dumbfounded by the apocalyptic sight and rendered speechless. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, the sky full of sword energy rained down at incredible speed, like a torrential storm of arrows aimed at Riser's peerage. Slash, slash, slash. Amid their terrified expressions, the sword energy pierced through the peerage members one by one, turning them into pincushions. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock before their bodies dissolved into glowing particles, signaling their defeat. Remarkably, none of the strikes hit fatal points, showcasing Blake's terrifying precision and control. Lord Riser's 2 rooks, 2 knights, 1 bishop, and 8 pawns have retired. As the defeated figures vanished, Graphia's composed, yet slightly shaken voice announced the results. Gulp! Her declaration caused many spectators to tremble. Even through the display screens, the chilling aura of the sword energy was palpable. As Graphia's voice echoed, Blake gracefully landed on the ground, exhaling lightly. Before, I could only unleash such a scale attack once before succumbing to exhaustion. But now, this level of attack is nothing to me, he murmured to himself. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. From beneath the rubble of the collapsed school building, a figure burst out. An orb of fiery energy hurtled toward Blake. Calm and unflinching, he swung Frost Whisper in a smooth arc. Boom! The sword's energy collided with the fiery sphere, resulting in a massive explosion that filled the sky with smoke and flames. The power of the attack was evident. I see. You used the Phoenix Tears to revive yourself. It seems I underestimated the situation, Blake remarked coolly, turning to face Eubeluna, who now stood, her clothes tattered and her body covered in dust, staring at him in terror. Who are you? How is it possible for a human like you to have this much power? Eubeluna shouted in a trembling voice. You should already know who I am, Blake replied with a shrug, slowly walking toward her. You monstrous freak. Eubeluna bit her lip in frustration. With a surge of her magic power, she summoned over a dozen magical explosive spheres and fired them at Blake. Completely unfazed, Blake raised Frost Whisper again, slashing through the air to create a web of silver sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy collided with the magical explosions, triggering a series of deafening blasts in midair. Slash. Moments later, several beams of sword energy pierced through the smoke, slicing into Eubeluna's body. One beam nearly bisected her, leaving her heavily wounded. Lord Riser's queen has retired. Graphia's voice announced Eubeluna's defeat with a tone of lingering astonishment. Die! At that moment, Riser's enraged voice thundered behind Blake. At some point, Riser had stood back up, now surrounded by the blazing, high-temperature flames of the Phoenix clan. Those flames surged forward in a massive wave, threatening to engulf Blake entirely. Melee fighters fear the powerful magic of distant mages. Although Blake's physical strength is extraordinarily robust and he possesses long-range attack methods, Razor was confident. He believes that with his queen, Eubeluna, buying enough time, the firestorm he has amassed will completely overwhelm and incinerate his damned opponent into ashes. Razor thought grimly, his face contorted with a savage expression. However, in the next instant, all of his hopes were utterly shattered. Everything changed because Blake now held another sword in his hand. Not good, Blake dodged quickly. Witnessing the sudden development, Rias and her team were instantly alarmed, shouting in panic. Though they now realized Blake's immense strength strong enough to obliterate the Bomb Queen in mere moments, they feared the firestorm of the Phoenix Flames. If struck, the result would undoubtedly be severe injuries or even death. This farce should come to an end. While that boy has shown some impressive skills, he's still far inferior to the pure-blood devils of the underworld. Agreed. We should start preparing what gifts to bring for the wedding of the eldest daughter of the Grimmery clan and the third son of the Phoenix family. In the underworld, noble devils watching the match murmured among themselves, convinced that Blake had already lost. A collective sense of relief washed over them. Despite their usual schemes and deceptions, the devil race held a strong sense of collective honor when dealing with external threats. For a pure-blood high-class devil to lead their peerage against a lone descendant of a magician clan and lose would be utterly disgraceful. Among the spectators, only Seraphol, Surzex, and other top-tier figures, along with the Grimmery family, remained composed, their eyes fixed on Blake's calm demeanor. Thus, when golden light suddenly flickered in Blake's right hand, materializing a resplendent sword, the knowledgeable among them were taken aback, their pupils contracting in shock. They couldn't help but rise to their feet in astonishment. Excalibur. On the field in the spatially expanded arena, Blake stood before the advancing firestorm, his expression unperturbed as he gripped the holy sword and poured massive amounts of magic power into it. In the next instant, a colossal slash of light erupted, colliding with the fiery sea amidst the stunned gazes of all onlookers. After a brief moment of stalemate, the flames of the immortal phoenix, a fire so intense it seemed to scorch the sky, were utterly overpowered and dissipated. The golden slash streaked across the sky toward the horrified riser. At the last moment, he barely managed to dodge most of the attack, but a portion of his body was still struck. Merely grazing him was enough to vaporize a significant portion of his body, leaving behind horrifying injuries. Crack! To Riser's right, the arena floor and even the distant buildings were sliced apart, leaving a massive blackened scar as a testament to the sword's terrifying power. Holding the Excalibur in his left hand and the Frost Whisper sword in his right, Blake made no further moves, instead watched calmly at Riser, whose face twisted in agony. Ah! Riser's screams echoed as he writhed on the ground, unable to endure the pain of losing nearly half his body. Rumor had it there were two ways to defeat the Phoenix family's immortality. 1. Overwhelming them with immense power. However, this required strength at the level of a Satan, as only a Satan class could crush Riser completely. 2. Attacking their mind by repeatedly killing them until their psyche collapsed. But Blake needed neither Satan-level strength nor repeated kills. With the power of Excalibur, the holy sword, he could eradicate Riser entirely. The sword's pure light energy was like deadly poison to devils. After all, devils had always been vulnerable to holy items such as crosses, holy water, holy energy, light energy, and holy swords. However, ordinary versions of these items and most holy swords would only cause immense pain and mental anguish to someone like Riser. In the original story, Issei Hayadu had relied on these minor methods to torment Riser into submission. But Blake had no need for such tedious tactics. The power of Excalibur was enough to erase Riser from existence completely. His so-called immortality was useless in the face of his Excalibur. Gulp. Watching Riser's agonized screams, Kiba swallowed nervously. Even though he wasn't the target, standing at a distance, Kiba still felt an overwhelming chill and unease. Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and the others were similarly silent, their expressions a mix of shock, relief, and, perhaps, a hint of sympathy for Riser. It wasn't just the participants in the arena. The noble devils, elders, and even Surzex, Seraphol, and the other top figures watching were utterly speechless, their gazes locked on the dazzling holy sword in Blake's hand. Even Surzex, the Grimmery family, and Seraphol beings at the pinnacle of power displayed faint traces of disbelief in their eyes. Why had this legendary holy sword, lost to history, reappeared in this match. As the higher-ups of the underworld reeled in shock, Blake calmly approached the pale, bloodless riser, who lay trembling on the ground. "It's time to end this," Blake declared, his tone serene. Simultaneously, the holy sword in his left hand radiated a pure, luminous energy that illuminated the area, making it almost blindingly bright. Riser, frozen in terror, didn't dare move a muscle, his entire body paralyzed with fear. Wait. Suddenly, a trembling yet noble voice rang out, filled with trepidation. A petite figure hurriedly stepped in front of Blake, her expression both fearful and pleading. "We surrender. Please spare my brother." The young girl, with golden curls and a pink and white dress befitting a princess, was none other than Ravel Phoenix, Riser's younger sister. Her small frame trembled as she looked at Blake with tear-filled eyes, begging for mercy. "He's your brother?" Blake asked, raising an eyebrow as if in curiosity. "Why, yes. My name is Ravel Phoenix. Please, I beg you, spare my brother." Ravel stammered, her voice cautious, afraid any misstep might provoke Blake into finishing Riser off. After hearing Ravel's plea, Rias and the others snapped out of their daze. They exchanged glances, feeling both joyous and somewhat strange. They hadn't expected events to unfold in this manner. "Riser, you've even turned your own sister into a servant. Damn. But you know what? I've always had a soft spot for cute girls. What do you suggest I do?" Blake looked at the fallen Riser with a peculiar expression, feigning deliberation. Ravel froze at his words, then lowered her head, not daring to look at him. This was the first time a stranger had so openly called her cute. Seeing Ravel's fear subsiding, Blake quietly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Evidently, his words had successfully eased the tension. Riser, however, was silent. He secretly clenched his teeth in frustration. This guy really had the audacity to say that. Back when he ruthlessly took down all 13 of Riser's servants, he didn't even blink, as cold-blooded as one could be. Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko all shot Blake disapproving glares. Did he seriously plan to flirt with the enemy's sister in public? "I surrender." Finally, Riser, pale-faced and defeated, bit his lip. His eyes dimmed with unwillingness as he reluctantly uttered those words. He wanted to keep fighting, but to continue would only mean enduring more humiliation, further shaming the House of Phoenix. What stung the most was knowing that his survival was due to his sister's plea for mercy. Riser Phoenix has surrendered. The winner of this rating game is Rias Gremory, declared Graphia, her steady voice carrying a subtle tremor as she announced the outcome. Ding. Mission complete. Defeat Riser Phoenix. Reward, 100 luck points. Current luck points, 396. In Blake's mind, the system's notification echoed, causing a slight flicker in his crystal blue eyes as he nodded with satisfaction. Before Rias and the others could react, everyone in the arena was enveloped by shimmering lights and transported out of the artificial dimension. The scene shifted swiftly, and in an instant, Blake and his companions found themselves back in the Occult Research Club's room. "I will keep my promise. Goodbye," Riser said, leaving behind these parting words before activating a magic circle and vanishing. His abrupt departure left Rias and the others momentarily stunned. As Riser left, Ravel, feeling out of place, quickly conjured her own magic circle in an attempt to leave. Just as she was about to disappear, Blake's voice rang out. "Hey, little birdie, leaving so soon? I see you next time. It's Ravel Phoenix." "Lord Blake, I look forward to our next meeting," she retorted with a trace of annoyance, clearly displeased with his nickname for her. With a graceful curtsy, she lifted the edges of her princess-like dress and disappeared into her magic circle. "Blake, are you planning to pursue Miss Ravel?" Aquino's teasing voice broke the silence, her playful tone carrying a dangerous edge. "Blake, you're my boyfriend. How could you possibly consider other girls?" Rias, having been momentarily lost in the joy of victory, quickly expressed her displeasure, her eyes glinting with intensity. Senpai, that's low, Kaneko added with her usual monotone. Wah. Asia teared up, her eyes misty with confusion. Big brother Blake, are you planning to abandon Kana? Kana tugged at Blake's sleeve, her tone accusatory. Only Kiba remained silent, staring intently at Blake with an unreadable expression. All right, don't overthink it. Besides, shouldn't we be celebrating? We just won. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Blake hastily raised his voice, steering the conversation away from impending chaos. You're right. This is a time for celebration. As the hero of this victory, we'll let you off this time. Rias finally relented, her face softening with excitement. The others quickly followed suit, their earlier irritation melting into shared joy. Relieved, Blake exhaled quietly. While the Occult Research Club basked in their triumphant celebration, the underworld's aristocrats and high-ranking officials were in turmoil over Blake and Riser's battle. The publicly recognized defeat of the Phoenix family's third son by an heir to Silva family had sparked a storm of outrage. The loss was perceived as a humiliation to the underworld. Many were enraged, though perhaps some of that anger stemmed from embarrassment. After all, they had been so confident of Riser's victory before the match began, only to be thoroughly humiliated. However, not all reactions were the same. For instance, Sona Citri, the president of Kuo Academy's student council and Rias's childhood friend, felt a deep curiosity about Blake and a sense of relief for Rias. Her sister, Seraphal Leviathan, was even more intrigued and eager to meet Blake in the human world. Yet, her deputy managed to restrain her enthusiasm, reminding her of her responsibilities as a great Satan. The Grimmery family. Graphia, it seems you were right. I misjudged him, Rias's father admitted with a wry smile, his eyes still tinged with shock. You overestimate me, Lord Grimmery. I merely guessed. Still, I didn't expect him to possess that sword, Graphia replied, shaking her head with a sigh. The legendary sword at the pinnacle of the Holy Blade series, Excalibur. It was thought to have vanished into the history. Why has it suddenly reappeared, and in his hands? Surzex's voice carried a heavy note of suspicion. His brows furrowed deeply, unable to hide his astonishment. Even the Excalibur replicas, created with alchemy during the ancient wars, were formidable enough to rank among the strongest sacred weapons. The original was on an entirely different level. According to legend, the original Excalibur disappeared following King Arthur's death. It had never been seen or obtained since. Could he be the reincarnation of King Arthur? At that moment, Rias's mother, Venelana Grimmery, suddenly spoke, causing everyone present to shrink their reincarnation of King Arthur. It's possible. After a few moments of silence, Rias's father pondered aloud, his eyes flickering with thought. Father, what do you plan to do with Blake? Sitting beside him, Surzex stared at his father with a serious expression, asking directly. The heir of the Silva family, someone capable of defeating Riser at his age, a wielder of the sword of promised victory, and potentially the reincarnation of King Arthur, these factors combined give me full confidence in entrusting Rias to him. Hearing this, Rias's father chuckled softly. That's good to hear. Relieved, Surzex let out a breath. They had never wanted to push Rias into a miserable situation. Even if Blake lacked these extraordinary identities and had only defeated Riser, that alone was enough. All they needed was a way to annul the engagement. They fully respected Rias's right to choose her own partner. Graphia, please head to the human world and handle the follow-up matters. Rias's father softly issued his next instruction. He didn't elaborate, but it was clear he trusted Graphia implicitly. Understood, Lord, Graphia replied, her eyes flickering slightly before she agreed. Hey, Blake, thank you. Back in the human world, at a large hotel in Kuo town, after a sumptuous dinner, Rias softly thanked Blake. Hearing this, everyone paused and turned their eyes toward him. You're my girlfriend. This is something I should do, Blake replied with a gentle smile. Then, as your girlfriend, I should fulfill my role as one, too, Rias replied playfully, blinking at him. So, I've decided to move into your house. What? Bucho, Era, you're being bold, aren't you? As soon as she said this, Asia, Kaneko, and Aquino all looked at Rias in shock. Only Kana remained unbothered, casting Rias a brief glance before continuing to focus on her food. Bucho, there's not enough space in Blake's house, Asia stammered, gathering her courage to object. That's fine. I'll remodel it into a grand mansion. Rias elegantly responded, leaving Asia stunned. Although she and Kana had been living at Blake's place, the undeniable fact was that Rias was his real girlfriend. Asia couldn't deny that. After all, Blake had even fought a fierce battle against that intimidating man for Rias's sake not long ago. Era, Bucho, sneaking ahead isn't fair. If you're moving into Blake's house, then I'll move in too, Aquino teased, smiling mischievously. You're just causing trouble, aren't you, Aquino? Always competing with me. Today, I'll make sure you understand who your master truly is. Hearing this, Rias's composed demeanor disappeared. Her brows furrowed as fiery, crimson destruction energy flared around her. Era, Bucho is so scary, Aquino replied with her usual calm, though yellow lightning began crackling around her, showing no signs of backing down. Asia recoiled at the scene, startled, while Kaneko hesitated. She, too, wanted to say something, but the timing didn't feel right. Living with her senpai would mean daily opportunities to challenge him in games. Kaneko silently convinced herself, her expression betraying her thoughts. Blake, on the other hand, looked helplessly at the smiling Aquino. From his intuition, he knew Aquino wasn't truly in love with him yet. At best, she held a strong affection. She was likely only doing this to compete with Rias. Aquino, this isn't the place to... Just as Blake was about to intervene, he suddenly paused, sensing something. His crystalline blue eyes narrowed as he glanced toward the door. Miss Rias, Aquino, using magic in a place like this is highly improper. Please refrain. The next moment, the door opened, and Graphia stepped in with a stern expression. Rias and Aquino froze at once, hastily retracting their magic and pretending to behave. Graphia, what brings you here? Rias asked with a sheepish smile. I'm here to deliver a message from the Lord Gremory, Graphia replied, her gaze sweeping the room before pausing briefly on the calm Blake. Finally, her stern eyes focused on Rias. Miss Rias, congratulations on your victory in the game. The Lord Gremory and Lord Surzex have successfully annulled the engagement. The related public opinion is also being addressed. Really? Rias exclaimed in delight. Upon hearing this, Rias nodded happily. Lord Blake, the Lord and Lady Gremory, and Lord Surzex are deeply impressed by your efforts in defending Miss Rias. I have come to express their gratitude. Graphia then turned to Blake and said this seriously. This caused Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and Kiba to gasp softly, their expressions filled with surprise. For people of such high status to specifically send Graphia to thank Blake? You didn't come to the human world just for this, did you? Blake wasn't flattered by Graphia's words. Instead, he looked at her meaningfully and asked. After all, he had used the Excalibur in front of so many people. Those with knowledge would undoubtedly recognize it. He had his suspicions about Graphia's actions since her subtle gaze toward him carried curiosity and doubt. Graphia remained silent for a moment upon hearing his words, her expression shifting slightly, as if she hadn't expected Blake to be so perceptive. Lord Blake, may I ask if you are the reincarnation of King Arthur? Finally, Graphia spoke, her question shocking Rias, Aquino, and the others. The reincarnation of King Arthur? Blake raised an eyebrow, looking at Graphia with a peculiar expression. He had initially expected her to ask about his possession of such a powerful holy sword, but he hadn't anticipated such a strange question. Are you mistaken? I'm not the reincarnation of King Arthur. Looking at Graphia, Blake replied calmly. My apologies, that was my oversight, Graphia said after observing his indifferent demeanor. Her eyes flickered momentarily, and she offered a polite apology. One last thing, Lord Blake. Lord Gremory and Lord Surzex think very highly of you and ask that you treat their daughter or sister well. That is their message. Hearing this, Rias's face instantly turned bright red. Aquino and Kaneko also showed expressions of astonishment. Blake was equally stunned. Was this an official acknowledgement of him as a future son-in-law? Well then, farewell. I shall return to report. Without giving anyone time to react, Graphia gave Blake one final deep look before teleporting away via a magic circle. Rias, congratulations, Aquino suddenly said with a mischievous tone and smile, though her voice carried an unusual undertone. Seriously, what are father and brother up to? Seeing everyone's strange looks directed at her, Rias huffed in embarrassment, her face still flushed. However, it was clear she wasn't entirely opposed to the idea. Witnessing this, Blake couldn't help but scratch his cheek, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Time passed like water, and half a month quickly went by. During this period, Blake's daily life returned to normal, consisting of training, winning over the affections of the girls, and enjoying the perks of his situation. The only difference was that Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko had all moved into his house, transforming it into something resembling a villa. After Rias boldly climbed into his bed and was caught, Asia, Aquino, and Kaneko followed suit with their own motives, each taking their turn. For Blake, it was both a joyous and exasperating experience. Kana, however, nearly caused an explosion that would have destroyed the entire villa. In the end, a compromise was reached. Blake's stomach became Kana's exclusive sleeping spot, quelling her anger. This also led Rias and the others to stop treating Kana as merely adorable, as the burst of power she displayed in that moment easily reached that of an ultimate-class devil. Meanwhile, Kiba had remained unusually silent since Blake's use of Excalibur. His thoughts were a mystery to those around him. Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko, aware of Kiba's past, could only offer wry smiles. Blake himself felt a headache brewing, knowing Kiba's deep hatred for holy swords. Graphia's mention of King Arthur's reincarnation had further darkened Kiba's expression, as his tragic past was tied to counterfeit versions of the sword Excalibur. Thankfully, Kiba hadn't directed his resentment toward Blake, which brought everyone some relief. Despite his emotional turmoil, Kiba seemed to understand that the church was the true culprit. Beyond these events, Blake's defeat of Riser using the Excalibur had caused quite a stir in the world. This included the hero faction, led by Cao Cao and descendants of King Arthur. Unknown location, at the peak above the clouds. A silver dress embroidered with floral patterns couldn't conceal a delicate and graceful figure. Long, jet black hair cascaded down smoothly, gently swaying in the night breeze, exuding youthful charm. The sword of promised victory. Excalibur, defeating Riser Phoenix. Brother, you must have endured a lot these past year. The breathtaking girl, as radiant as a goddess, gazed at the sea of clouds. Her starlit black eyes were filled with concern. Rather than being shocked by the news, Lia felt only worry. She knew her gentle yet resolute brother had only known a little magic arts when he left her 2 years ago. What trials had he faced to achieve such tremendous power in such a short time, and even obtain the legendary Holy Sword? Rapidly gaining strength always came with a heavy price. Liao was deeply concerned about whether her brother had resorted to reckless methods to achieve his current abilities. 2 more months. Cao Cao, I won't let you succeed. Brother. Raising her head slightly, Liao looked toward the golden-red clouds, her voice filled with determination and longing. Has Kiba disappeared again? In the Occult Research Club, Rias looked at the report from the Kaneko with a slightly distressed expression and said helplessly, Kiba had disappeared immediately after class for the past 3 days and hadn't come here at all, which was making everyone anxious. Yeah. The Kaneko, with golden eyes, nodded. I wonder if Kiba-san is okay. Asia also spoke with concern. Kiba has been getting weirder lately. If this continues, he might become stray. Aquino also said with a wry smile, no longer exhibiting her usual queenly demeanor. Sorry, Excalibur must have been too much of a shock for Kiba. Upon hearing this, Blake also spoke with some distress. If it were before, he might not have cared, but now that he considered Kiba a friend, he couldn't help but be concerned. It's not your fault, Blake. A week ago, Kiba still showed up in the club room and didn't seem to harbor any resentment towards you. This strange behavior only started 3 days ago. Something must have happened. Rhea spoke with confusion. 3 days ago, when those words were mentioned again, Blake's crystal blue eyes slightly flickered, and he frowned, deep in thought. Could it be that the holy sword appeared, and Kiba encountered it? Wait. No, I already took care of that perverted priest. Anyway, let's go check what Kiba has been doing. Waiting around like this isn't a solution. Then, Rhea pressed her fingers to her temple and said with frustration, "Yeah." Hearing this, Akino, the Kaneko, and Asia all nodded in agreement. Looks like we have guests," Blake said. "Guests?" Hearing this, Rhea and the others frowned, looking puzzled. This kind of aura with holy attributes should be from the church. Now, these two people are walking towards us with President Sona. Noticing Rhea's doubts, Blake shook his head and explained. At the same time, the guess in his heart was also confirmed. At this point in time, no one else would come to this school and directly find Rhea except Zenobia and Irina. Since these two had appeared, it meant that the holy swords had surfaced and one of them had been encountered by Kiba. If you think about it, it's no wonder that Kiba had become the way he is. Thinking of this, Blake couldn't help but sigh. People from the church? And they were led by Sona? Hearing this, Rhea, Akino, and Kaneko's expressions grew serious. They didn't doubt Blake's words because Blake was proficient senses and his perception was extraordinary. Moreover, it wasn't a good thing for someone from the church to show up at such a sensitive time. However, Rhea and the others remained calm and waited. Knock, knock. Rhea, excuse me. After the familiar voice of Sona sounded, accompanied by a knock on the door, it opened. The girl walking in front was a girl with short black hair and glasses. Her delicate face exuded intelligence, and she carried a cold and serious aura. She walked with a very upright and well-educated posture. She was Sona Citri, the princess of a pure-blooded High Devil family. Her current alias was Sona, the student council president of the academy. Behind Sona were two girls with a sacred aura. Rhea, they're looking for you. I'll leave now. If anything happens, remember to call me. After Sona entered, she glanced at Blake, who was sitting next to Rhea, before turning her serious gaze to Rhea and speaking. Well, I understand. Sona, you go on and get busy. Hearing this, Rhea nodded to Sona, then looked at the two girls. Well, I'll leave now. Sona adjusted her glasses and walked away with a quiet and vigorous pace, closing the door behind her without hesitation. The church people invade my territory without any notice. Should I take this as a provocation? After Sona left, Rhea narrowed her eyes slightly, releasing a surge of destructive magic and speaking in a cold voice. Sorry, we are not here to fight with you. A beautiful girl with short dark blue hair spoke. Of course, the distinguishing feature was a strand of green hair amidst the dark blue, and the huge object wrapped in a cloth bag beside her. My name is Zenobia. After apologizing, but without sincerity, the girl introduced herself. Her tone remained cold as always. I am Shido Irina. Unlike Zenovia's indifference, the chestnut-haired girl walking beside her seemed particularly smart and cheerful. Her eyes were always fixed on Blake. What exactly are you doing here, people from the church? If you don't explain clearly, I won't let you leave easily. Ignoring their introductions, Rhea crossed her arms below her large chest, crossed her legs, and calmly said, her expression cold and confident. As for Akino and Kaneko, they also looked at them coldly. Aisha looked at the two girls from the church with a conflicted expression. Blake, however, was the only one who remained calm, looking at the two girls from the original book with an interested gaze. Kana, who was sitting on Blake's lap, played with the toys in her hands, completely ignoring Zenobia and Irina. As I mentioned before, we are not here to fight but to talk. After observing the reactions of the people around her, Zenobia focused her gaze on Rias and calmly stated the purpose of their visit. Talk. Before we talk, I want to ask you have the holy sword, don't you? Hearing this, Rias narrowed her eyes and spoke in a deep voice. In the few minutes before, Blake had already brought up this possibility. Have we been seen through? But it's fine this way. As she spoke, Zenobia untied a strip of cloth from the long object she had wrapped, and a powerful sacred aura instantly filled the room, causing Aquino and the others to feel a sense of disgust, fear, and trembling. Watching this, Blake raised his eyebrows. He then extended his right hand, and with a flash of golden light, he bounced back the holy aura, preventing it from invading their side. As the user of genuine Excalibur sword, let alone the inferior holy swords made from the broken blade of Excalibur through alchemy, even an intact one would still be far inferior. Faced with Blake's action, the two girls looked at him calmly, their expression unchanged. This made Zenobia and Irina narrow their eyes slightly, both observing Blake. The Excalibur I have is the Holy Sword of Destruction, Excalibur Destruction. It is one of the 7 holy swords. Zenobia introduced her weapon, rewrapping it in cloth afterward. Irina also took something resembling a long belt from her arms. The belt twisted as if it had its own consciousness. Then, it transformed into a Japanese sword that also exuded a sacred aura. Mine is the Holy Sword of Mimicry, Excalibur Mimic. It can change its form freely, so it's very convenient to carry. Each Excalibur has a special ability. Mine is managed by the Protestant side. The chestnut-haired girl, Irina, showed a proud expression and introduced her sword's ability. Irina, don't explain Excalibur's ability to the devils. Oh, Zenobia, even if they're devils, we can't build a trust relationship without explaining, right? And even if they know my sword's abilities, the devils here won't be able to do anything afterward. Irina said confidently. In fact, rather than being confident, it seemed like she looked down on the devils. Irina, don't forget that there are people here who betrayed humanity. Zenobia suddenly spoke, her sharp gaze turning to Blake. This remark immediately made the atmosphere in the room tense. Don't say anything careless. I don't remember when I betrayed humans. Zenovia's words made Blake frown and sneer. Although Zenobia and Irina were 2 beautiful girls, and even heroines of this world, Blake's character wasn't the type to remain silent when being insulted. You have the original Excalibur, but you're with the devils. As a human, you are no longer qualified. Zenobia said in a deep voice, her eyes always fixed on Blake's right hand. The people of the church really know how to act like they're so great. Aren't you meddling too much? Hearing this, Blake sneered. It was obvious that the church's high-ranking officials had informed the two about his possession of the holy sword, the sword Excalibur, in an attempt to make him feel guilty and pull him into the church. Hearing Blake's words, Zenobia and Irina frowned instantly, showing some anger. They couldn't help but release some of their magic energy. The two, who had been indoctrinated with the church's philosophy, didn't think they had said anything wrong. Instead, they felt that Blake's behavior was depraved to the extreme. Obviously, he had such powerful abilities and a powerful holy sword, yet he joined the devils, which they considered a heinous crime. You came to this small city just for Blake. Seeing that they were arguing, Rias quickly interrupted them and asked with a cold face. Her blue eyes were as deep as the ocean. Although that is a factor, the most important issue is that Excalibur was stolen. There are 2 swords in the headquarters of the archaeological church, including mine. There are also 2 swords in the Protestant church and 2 in the Orthodox church. The remaining one was lost in the 3-way war between God, devil, and fallen angels. After that, they all fought for Excalibur. Now, the person who took Excalibur has fled to Japan, which is here. The girl with green highlights in her hair, Zenobia, explained the shocking fact in a slightly angry tone. Hearing this, Rias put her hand to her head, sighed, and asked with a headache. There's so many things happening in my territory. Who took Excalibur? We already know who ordered it. The one who gave the order was Grigori's cadre, Kokabeel. Kokabeel, a fallen angel cadre who survived the previous war. This name is also recorded in the Bible. Rias couldn't help but smile bitterly when she heard the name of the fallen angel mentioned by Zenobia. Kokabeel. Hearing this name, Aquino and Kaneko also showed solemn expressions. This was one of the legendary characters, much stronger than they were now. Only Blake and Kana remained calm at the scene. Blake didn't take the previous quarrel to heart, but he was a bit unhappy with the church's behavior. As for Kokabeel, although he was indeed a troublesome opponent in battle, Blake didn't consider him an enemy that required a death match. The strength of the ultimate class wasn't enough to endanger his life now. Only the Satan class could make Blake treat it with caution. Besides, Kana alone could defeat Kokabeel. This incident is between us and the fallen angels. You're also mixed up in this town. If unrelated people are involved, it will be troublesome. Scanning the reactions of Rias and the others, Zenobia spoke again, with an extremely firm attitude and no concessions. You're quite arrogant. Aren't you afraid that we and the fallen angels will join forces to attack for the Holy Sword? Hearing this, the people in the Supernatural Research Department raised their eyebrows, and Rias even mocked her. For these tricks, the IQ of the people present was above average, so they could see through it. For devils, holy swords are taboos. Aren't your interests the same as those of the fallen angels? If you join forces, I will destroy you too. As soon as she said this, Zenobia fell silent, feeling a chill on her back, as if she were being stared at by a prehistoric beast. You want to destroy us with just 2 inferior holy swords? You seem a little too arrogant. Blake looked at Zenobia with his crystal blue eyes, speaking at a moderate pace. His tone was flat, but it gave an incomparable sense of oppression. I've said everything I needed to say, so let's say goodbye. I hope you won't disturb us from our mission. It's almost time for us to leave. Irina, let's go back. After a long silence, although under pressure from Blake, Zenobia still didn't surrender. She took a deep breath and spoke. Wait, Zenobia, I still have something to say. Listening to Zenovia's words, Irina slowly shook her head and looked at Blake on the side. As the holder of the sword of promised victory, I will definitely bring you back to the church. Remember this. And it was this sentence that made Rias and the other girls frown and look at Irina with angry expressions. These two were too arrogant. They said they would destroy them, but now they wanted to snatch Blake. Ding! The mission is released. Make the 2 girls to become devils, with a reward of 100 luck points. Just as Blake raised his eyebrows, a system prompt sounded in his mind, making him look strange. What is this? The system can't stand it anymore. It wants to retaliate and kidnap the 2 girls from the church. After Irina's words, Zenobia, who had been the first to leave, stopped, and her eyes fell on the figure behind Blake. Asia Argento, as a former saint, have you fallen so low and become a devil after being expelled by the church? If you still have a little faith in the Lord, then commit suicide. Hearing this, Asia's face froze for a moment, and then she showed a low, gloomy expression, tears welling in her eyes. Obviously, she was deeply hurt by this comment. Zenobia, right? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I don't mind drawing my sword. Blake's crystal blue eyes flashed a cold light as he spoke in a deep voice. Although these 2 were the targets of the mission and had good hearts, they were also quite cute. But now that Asia had been made to cry, Blake's anger had been aroused. Excuse me. Hearing this, Zenobia looked at Blake and Asia deeply, then pulled the excited Irina away, closing the door behind them. Asia, it's okay. We are here. Then, Blake stood up directly, stroked Asia's head from behind, and said gently, Everyone is here. I'm fine. Being touched by Blake, Asia felt an unprecedented warmth. She wiped away her tears and said with a strong expression, It's good that you're fine. You just need to do what you want. Not all people in the church are good, and not all devils are bad. You can also save people through your own abilities. Hearing this, Blake couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and comforted her. Enjoying Blake's head pat, Asia smiled comfortably and nodded. Obviously, she was listening. Blake, you're getting more and more charming. and I want to snatch you from Rias more and more. Aquino pressed her large chest against Blake's head, almost wrapping it around his head. Aquino, it seems you've been getting more and more aggressive recently. Watching this scene, Rias suddenly emitted a huge aura filled with the breath of destruction. Oh, I don't want to be told that by the selfish person who monopolizes him. After hearing this, Aquino fought back, making Kaneko beside her tremble with fear. Asia couldn't help but shrink her neck. In response, Blake could only smile helplessly and started again. After a short meeting on the next action, Rias asked everyone and her familiars to find Kiba, who had been missing for 3 days and hadn't even come to school. At this time, Blake and Kana scanned the surroundings on the busy streets. Kiba was so good at hiding that Blake was a little annoyed. Because of the butterfly effect, the plot could easily deviate from the original. If Kiba accidentally died, it would be a major blow to Rias and her group. At this moment, 2 familiar voices sounded, causing Blake to turn his head and look over. Please give grace to the lost lambs. Please give us, who are in sorrow, mercy on behalf of the Heavenly Father. At night, on a busy street, 2 church members in white robes were begging. They were holding a golden bowl in their hands. Wait, what the hell, a golden bowl? Are you sure you can beg with it? Such a conspicuous existence made passers-by look at them with strange eyes. What's going on? Is this the reality of the modern world? A developed country and economic power? That's why I said I hate countries without faith. Don't say that, Zenobia. We've used up all our travel expenses. If it weren't for the mercy of these people, we wouldn't even be able to eat. We can't even afford a loaf of bread. To be honest, we were cheated of all our money because you wanted to buy this painting. Zenobia pointed at the strange painting that looked like a saint and said, dissatisfied. What are you talking about? Aren't you involved? You agreed to it yourself. It seemed that the 2 girls, who appeared to have a good relationship, were talking to a strange place. Why is such a person my partner? Lord, is this also a trial? Irina seemed to collapse and complained with her head in her hands. Wait, don't hold your head. Speaking of which, now is not the time to be depressed. Stop arguing. I said that Protestants are pagans. The values of our Catholic Church are different. Respect the saints more. What? The Catholic Church, bound by ancient rules, is weird. What did you say, pagan? What pagan? Finally, the 2 started to quarrel. 2 people from the church were calling the other party a pagan. To others, these 2 girls looked like Chinibu patients who were deeply influenced by anime. Goo! As they were arguing, a strange sound was heard. It was their stomachs protesting. The 2 of them sat down on the ground on the spot, looking weak. First of all, we have to find a way to fill our stomachs. Otherwise, we won't have the strength to take back the holy swords. Ding! At this moment, a pleasant sound rang out, which made their eyes brighten. They looked over quickly. In the golden bowl, a 100-yen coin was spinning. Thank you. It's you. What do you mean? Then, Irina and Zenobia noticed Blake and Kana next to them. They were startled and looked at Blake vigilantly. It's nothing. I just want to talk to you about something. Hearing this, Blake said indifferently, why do we talk with you? Irina pouted. Is that so? Forget it. I was planning to have a chat while eating in that big hotel. I hope you can beg for a piece of bread tonight. Blake glanced at the star-rated hotel in front of him silently and said calmly, Good. Hearing this, Irina and Zenobia looked in the direction Blake was pointing and swallowed their saliva. Wait. Although there is nothing to talk about with someone like you who associates with the devil, intelligence is very important. Maybe we can get some unexpected information. Seeing Blake wanting to leave, Zenobia quickly pulled Blake and spoke eloquently. Hey, Zenobia, this is a loss of faith. Although Irina was also very tempted, she still spoke righteously. Compared to faith, it is more important to let this guy treat us to a meal and fill our stomachs. Otherwise, we won't have the strength to fight. Zenobia said calmly. Hearing this, Irina wanted to refute, but she had nothing to say. Seeing this scene, Blake couldn't help but reveal a strange look. The bickering of these 2 girls was quite funny. It was worthy of being the church trio. I know. Afterwards, Irina hesitated for a few seconds, gave up the treatment, and agreed. In response, Blake couldn't help but shake his head and led the way calmly. Wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? Blake looked at the two girls with a strange expression on his face as they wolfed down the 5-person family meal and piled up plates. He even wondered if they hadn't eaten for days. How can this be? Even if we are in poverty, we are saved by the person who with devils. What a sin this is. Zenobia was lying on the table with cold sweat, looking like she was in pain because of her faith, but Blake knew that she was just full. We sold our souls to the devil. Irina also said with her head covered in pain, which made Blake roll his eyes. Blake, you specially invited us to eat all this food. Is there something important you want to discuss? Then, Zenovia's face suddenly became serious as she asked, if you want to reform and come back with us, you are most welcome. Irina also raised her head slightly and said with a hint of expectation, that's not necessary. I think my life is good now. Hearing this, Blake stroked Kanna's head, who also ate a lot and looked satisfied, and said calmly, let me ask you one question. Did the church only send the two of you here to carry out the holy sword recovery mission? I see. You want our information. Zenobia and Irina paused, then said in a deep voice, but do you think you can buy us off with a meal? It doesn't matter if you say it or not. Anyway, I've already guessed this. The church only sent you two. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so weak to negotiate with Rias and would have messed up long ago. It's because you're not strong enough and can't create more enemies that this happens. Blake said to himself, not taking the two girls' words seriously. This caused Zenobia and Irina's faces to stiffen. They didn't expect it to be guessed so easily. It was a mistake. It was seen. But so what? The two of us are enough. Then, Zenobia pretended to be calm and looked at Blake, speaking in a deep voice. Irina also looked solemn. Your behavior is arrogant and suicidal. The other party is a cadre of the fallen angels. What else are you two doing but sending yourselves to die? Or are you regarded as abandoned by the church? Blake looked at the two holy sword users with a smile, mercilessly exposing the dark side within. Please don't underestimate our faith. Right, Zenobia? Hearing this, Irina seemed to be stimulated by something and stood up directly. That's right. The church believes that if Excalibur is used by the fallen angels, it's better to destroy all of Excalibur. Our mission is to at least prevent the fallen angels from using Excalibur. If that's the case, we can die. Only Excalibur can compete with Excalibur. The two girls' eyes were filled with determination. For this mission, they had already prepared to sacrifice their lives. Is Excalibur the only one that can compete with Excalibur? However, this pseudo-holy sword will be easily destroyed by me. In response, Blake shook his head slowly. Good awareness, but extremely stupid. With your strength, even if you hold a complete Excalibur, you can't be the opponent of Kokobeel. You, who are familiar with the Bible, should know that the other party is a strong man who survived a battle like Great War of God of Bible and Great Satan's, right? Then, Blake calmly stated this fact. Not to mention that Zenobia and Irina had only reached mid-class devil strength with this pseudo-holy sword and defeated Kiba in the original story. However, this was due to the bonus of the holy sword to the devil. Facing Kokobeel, the role of the holy sword isn't that great. Moreover, this holy sword is still defective. Not to mention the defective ones they held. Even if they were allowed to take the complete Excalibur, or even the real Excalibur in Blake's hand, they couldn't be the opponent of Kokobeel. Even when Blake relied on the Sword of Promised Victory during his training in the dungeon world, he could only swing the most powerful slash with the high-class devil destructive power. In the end, he would lose strength and run out of magic. In the original work, Zenobia also took out the Holy Sword Durandal, which was also a top grade sword, but was still beaten by Kokobeel. This is the fact. A person's strength isn't just about weapons. Being strong is also very important. After understanding Blake's words, Zenobia and Irina's faces froze. That's right, they didn't have the confidence to defeat Kokobeel, and they had long suspected that the chance of survival was less than 1 in 100, so they were determined to destroy the holy sword with the resolve to die. As Blake revealed, they were the abandoned children of the church. Nothing to say? Now that the bottom is clear, it's easy to talk. The purpose of me coming to you is... Zenobia and Irina were silent. Blake's crystal blue eyes flashed slightly, and he was ready to talk business. However, before he finished speaking, he seemed to have noticed something, stood up, and looked into the distance through the huge glass window. There, Blake's familiar breath and his sacred breath mixed together, constantly colliding. The hatred and hostility that soared to the sky, even from such a distance, Blake could clearly feel it. Kiba, has he finally appeared? And he seems to be fighting with someone. Blake narrowed his eyes and analyzed the situation clearly in an instant. Zenobia, Irina, let's talk about the other things later. The Holy Swords has appeared. Then, Blake looked at the two women who were in doubt and said in a deep voice, Holy Sword. Hearing this, Zenobia and Irina were also startled. They stood up at the same time, looking at Blake with a stern look. Even though they were a little confused by what Blake said just now, their mission was to take back the Holy Sword, which had never changed. Kanna, let's go. Without paying attention to Zenobia and Irina's surprise, Blake simply picked up Kanna, threw a stack of banknotes on the table, called out to the waiter waiting outside, and quickly rushed out of the private room. Zenobia, what should we do now? Seeing Blake's vigorous and resolute actions, Irina hesitated and asked Zenobia. Blake was a member of the Devils after all, and she was afraid of being deceived. Follow him. My intuition tells me that this news is credible. Hearing this, Zenovia's eyes flickered for a moment, and then she rushed out with Irina. On a remote road, aside from the flashing lights and the two people confronting each other, there was no one else, making it seem very strange. However, this was normal. After all, a barrier to repel people was set up not far away. Except for those with extraordinary power, ordinary humans would unconsciously avoid this place. This was a special warlock barrier meant to facilitate battles between extraordinary beings. And now, a young man with blonde hair, holding a black magic sword, was staring at a young man with ordinary light gray short hair not far away. From the torn cuts on his clothes, it was obvious that they had been fighting for a while. You really are chasing me. You're a damn devil, but you're chasing me, who has the holy sword of Excalibur. Is there something wrong with your head? Staring at Kiba with numbing eyes, the light gray-haired young man said angrily, since he accidentally killed an ordinary person with a holy sword 3 days ago, he was seen by this damn devil. The guy had been following him ever since like he was the murderer of his father, constantly searching for his whereabouts. It was really annoying. If it weren't for the critical moment in his plan, he would have killed this guy by now. Go to hell. However, despite the young man's words, Yudo Kiba ignored him and simply said this hoarsely before rushing over with his magic sword. Seeing this, the light gray-haired young man scowled and also raised his holy sword to clash with Kiba's attack. In an instant, the holy sword and the magic sword collided, producing dazzling sparks in the dark sky. Obviously, their strengths were similar, and neither of them could gain the upper hand. However, despite their similar strength, this battle was very disadvantageous for Yudo Kiba. After all, the holy sword was poison to devils, and even a touch could severely injure him. At this moment, a series of heavy footsteps came, startling the young man with light gray hair and making him pause. In this brief moment of hesitation, Yudo Kiba, with cold eyes, seized the opportunity and thrust his magic sword toward the young man's heart without hesitation. Puff! With a sickening sound of cutting flesh, Kiba's sword brushed past the light gray-haired young man's armpit, taking a large chunk of flesh with it. Damn it! The intense pain contorted the light gray-haired young man's face. However, he finally chose to retreat, bursting away with strange speed in an instant, putting some distance between them. In fact, if he wanted to, he could have died with Kiba. But sadly, he didn't have the courage to do so. You're lucky today. I'll definitely kill you next time. After saying that, the light gray-haired young man took something from his pocket and threw it at Kiba. This startled Kiba, who dodged to the side. After a smaller explosion sounded, Thick smoke instantly filled the air, obscuring Kiba's sight. When Kiba used the Sword of Wind to blow the smoke away, the pale gray-haired young man was nowhere to be seen. He had obviously escaped. "Kiba, I finally found you." Just as Yudo Kiba was about to pursue him again with a gloomy expression, a familiar voice made him pause, and he turned his body with a complicated look on his face. There Blake, holding Kanna, walked over leisurely. "Do you have something to say to me?" Kiba was silent for a moment, then spoke in a hoarse tone. "Your attitude is really cold." Hearing this, Blake couldn't help but sigh. "But for you, it's good enough that you don't hold any resentment against me." "Has Bucho told you?" Kiba asked with a complicated expression. "Well, come back. Don't deal with everything alone. We're all your friends." Blake gently touched Kiba's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Kiba fell silent, and the atmosphere once again became heavy. At that moment, 2 more footsteps were heard, causing Kiba Yudo's eyes to narrow and a resentful expression to form. The magic power in his hand flickered as another magic sword materialized. Having already encountered a holy sword and fought with it, Kiba could clearly sense that the newcomers were holding holy swords. "Blake, the holy sword you mentioned." "Huh." As the 2 female voices sounded, Zenobia and Irina, who had arrived a step later, appeared in the sight of the 2. However, before the 2 women could finish speaking, they noticed Kiba Yudo holding a magic sword and exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Both were shocked and quickly drew their own holy swords. "Holy sword?" Staring at the holy swords in Zenobia and Irina's hands, Kiba Yudo's handsome face twisted into a snarl. "Kiba, they are not enemies for now. If you attack, it will cause a lot of trouble and put Rias in danger." Seeing Kiba Yudo's hostile expression, Blake raised an eyebrow and stepped in front of him. He looked at Kiba with his crystal blue eyes and said seriously. Hearing this, Kiba froze for a moment, and a strong internal struggle appeared in his eyes. Finally, he looked up at Blake. "Can you explain what's going on? Why are you with people from the church?" Kiba asked in a hoarse voice. From this, it was clear that his mind had become much clearer. "Blake, I also want to know what's going on. It seems your companions hate us very much and want to kill us right here." Zenobia and Irina also looked at Kiba with solemn eyes and asked in a deep voice. They could see that Kiba's mental state was on the verge of madness. This kind of person, even if he were just an ordinary human, would be an extremely dangerous existence. Not to mention being a devil with such powerful abilities. "You can explain, but put away the sword first. This is not the time to discuss things." Paying attention to the reactions of the 3 people, Blake spoke with authority. "Irina, now is not the time to fight. Listen to him." Feeling the heavy pressure from Blake, Zenobia looked at him seriously and spoke. When it came to wielding holy swords, she found herself completely outmatched. In terms of strength, it seemed she couldn't win. Unless she used her secret sword, there was no hope of victory. At this moment, it was wiser to appear weak. "Okay, Zenobia." Irina nodded after understanding what Zenobia meant, wrapping her holy sword back in a cloth bag and sealing it. Although her faith was strong, she was not foolish. After Zenobia and Irina put away their holy swords, Kiba remained silent, his cold expression lingering for more than 10 seconds before the magic sword in his hand finally disappeared. "Okay, now that you've calmed down, let's begin." Seeing that the 3 had calmed down a little, Blake nodded in satisfaction. He then briefly explained the origins and reasons for Zenobia and Irina's involvement. After listening, Kiba glared at Zenobia and Irina with murderous eyes. His emotions fluctuated again, and his hatred was hard to suppress. If Blake, who could subdue him instantly, hadn't been there, he would have likely acted by now. Oh, what a terrible look. Should I say it's typical of a devil? However, even if you're a devil, the expression I'm seeing doesn't seem to be because of us. It seems you hate us, or more specifically, you hate the holy sword we carry. Hearing this, Irina's eyes sharpened as she stared at Kiba, analyzing his words. "Yes, I hate holy swords. You should know about the Holy Sword Project from back then. Do you know how many people died because of it? How many innocent lives were brutally taken because of this holy sword that you treat like a treasure? Do you dare say that those deaths weren't caused by your church members? Kiba's cold voice pierced the air and struck straight into the hearts of the two girls. They knew very well about the Holy Sword Project, and they too hated it deeply. They had long deemed that project heretical. However, what Kiba said was true. No matter how much they condemned it, during the tragedy, they were still orthodox members of the church, and that could not be refuted. I didn't expect you to know about that incident. To be honest, that event was deeply hated even within our ranks, so the person responsible for the project was branded a heretic and exiled from the church. Zenobia and Irina exchanged surprised glances and slowly explained. Exile? Your church is really merciful. You chased after the stolen holy swords from the west to the far east, yet the main culprit behind the massacre of so many innocent people was only exiled? Do you really think that after exiling him, he would just sit idly by? Do you think he won't kill again? Do you think he won't continue the second Holy Sword Project? The bone-chilling voice and cold eyes made Zenobia and Irina fall silent. They could only remain quiet. Kiba, don't be so angry. Listen to my analysis first. Seeing Kiba start to lose control again, Blake raised an eyebrow and gently pressed his hand on Kiba's shoulder. Kiba, you met the exiled priest holding the holy sword before and fought him. Blake pondered, his crystal blue eyes wavering. He could have killed the gray-haired young man earlier, but due to his identity, he hesitated for a moment, and the man escaped. Not only was there a holy sword user in the original story, but more importantly, there was a mark of the Silva family on the young man's neck. Of course, it wasn't from the main family line, but from a lesser branch. The Silva family had appeared here, having allied with the fallen angels. This situation wasn't simple. What did you say? The exiled priest uses the holy sword? This is impossible. While Blake was thinking, Zenobia and Irina, who had been stunned by his words for a moment, quickly reacted, their faces filled with shock. I fought with him twice. My sword was stained with his blood. Do you think I'm lying? Kiba said grimly. The existence of the holy sword is not something an exiled priest can wield. Only the chosen ones. Irina's expression shifted violently, full of doubt. This is not simple. The only person who could allow the exiled priest to wield the holy sword is that man, Blake said calmly after coming to a realization. The moment Blake finished speaking, Kiba clenched his teeth, and cold, murderous intent filled his eyes. Valper, Galilei, Zenobia, and Irina exchanged astonished looks. Exactly. There's no one else who could do this but him. Since it was the fallen angels who took the holy sword, and the exiled priest had the holy sword, it's clear they've been working together. So my suggestion is to cooperate to find the fallen angels, and let Kiba take down Valper, Galilei. After shrugging, Blake stated his original purpose. Upon hearing this, Kiba paused for a moment, then looked at Blake with astonishment. His dark thoughts were dispelled. Now, he finally understood why Blake was being so persistent. Everything was for him. But Kiba, despite understanding Blake's intent, couldn't help but have darker thoughts, even wondering if Blake had some connection with the church. Instantly, a feeling of shame filled Kiba's heart. His body trembled as he clenched his fists, lowering his head. Cooperate. Zenobia and Irina looked at each other in surprise and doubt. It was unheard of for the church to cooperate with devils. Now, at this crucial moment, Blake had brought up the possibility calmly. Indeed, with Blake's power and his sword Excalibur, their chances of success in this mission would greatly increase, and they might even complete it. But cooperating with the devils was a symbol of corruption. Thinking about this, Zenobia and Irina were immediately torn. I understand what you mean, but even so, after a few seconds of silence, Zenobia and Irina both showed troubled expressions. As members of the church, they couldn't bring themselves to cooperate with the devil. Of course, by cooperation, I don't mean we'll fight side by side. We'll simply share intelligence. When we face the enemy, you deal with the fallen angels, and we'll handle Galilei. That's all. Noting their hesitation, Blake spoke calmly. Sharing intelligence. In that case, we agree. We've already seen your abilities. With your help, this holy sword destruction plan will go much more smoothly. Zenobia squinted slightly, staring at Blake for a long moment before finally voicing her decision. Wait, really? Zenobia, are you seriously considering working with the devil? Irina's faith was obviously stronger than Zenovia's, and she couldn't accept the idea of collaborating with the devil. The other side includes the fallen angel cadre, Kokabeel. Honestly, it's nearly impossible for us to recover the 3 holy swords alone. I know that, but at the very least, we need to destroy the 3 Excaliburs and escape. If we want to prevent our own Excalibur from being taken, we may have to destroy it ourselves. And even then, our chances of survival are less than 30%. Even so, we believe we'll find the answers we're looking for here. That's right. The higher-ups acknowledged this and sent us here. This is essentially a suicide mission. Isn't that the ultimate devotion of believers? Irina's expression wavered slightly, but Zenobia simply shrugged as if she had already come to terms with it. I've changed my mind. My faith is flexible. I always choose the best option when acting. I've thought this for a while now. Your faith is way too flexible. I won't deny it, but I believe that completing the mission and returning safely is the true faith. To live, to fight, and to continue serving the Lord. Isn't that what we should strive for? That's true. So, technically, we aren't really cooperating with him. We're just exchanging minimal information. When the time comes, we'll complete the mission on our own. Anyway, our main ally is this human, and the devil is just incidental. The church will recognize that distinction. Listening to Zenovia's words, Blake raised an eyebrow. She sure is honest. Well, whatever you say. Since we've reached an agreement, we'll act tonight. I should be able to pinpoint their location by then. Blake spoke casually, not particularly concerned with their internal debate. All right, we'll stay at the church for now. Thanks for the hospitality. I'll make sure to repay this favor someday. With that, Zenobia stood up and walked toward the exit with her holy sword in hand. Hey, wait, wasn't this just about sharing information? When did it turn into acting together? Irina shouted in frustration, hurrying after her. Blake shook his head, amused. What a peculiar personality. Kiba, go back to the club and meet Rias. Everyone is really worried about you. Blake turned to Kiba, whose expression had softened considerably, and spoke in a calm tone. I understand. Thank you. Hearing this, Kiba nodded before bowing slightly in gratitude. There's no need to thank me. That's what friends do. They help each other when the time comes. Blake said seriously. Kiba's expression wavered, but after a brief moment of silence, he returned to normal. With a final nod, he left, heading toward the school. Kanna, let's go for a walk. Now that they were alone again, Blake lifted the repelling barrier and turned to Kanna, who had been quietly holding his hand. Sure, I want to eat crepes. Kanna's blue eyes lit up with excitement as she made her request. Blake smiled and gently patted her head before taking her along to continue their shopping trip. Time passed quickly, and by the time they finally decided to head back, the sky had already darkened. Big Brother Blake, I just felt a strong energy fluctuation over there, but it disappeared almost instantly. Something unusual is happening. Just as Blake was about to return home, Kanna pointed in a specific direction, tilting her head in curiosity. Isn't that the direction of the church? This isn't good. Blake's eyes widened as he quickly processed the situation. He had a bad feeling about this. Without hesitation, he cast a protective barrier around himself, then swiftly picked Kanna up and leaped into the sky. Kanna, understood. In response, Kanna's body flickered before transforming into a massive white dragon. Blake landed on her back, and they shot off into the sky. Huff! A powerful gust of wind followed as Kanna broke past the sound barrier. With a deafening sonic boom, they flew toward the church, causing several passers-by below to panic, mistaking the noise for thunder. Before long, they arrived at the church. Looking at the distorted space before them, Blake narrowed his eyes. A barrier! Kanna, break it! The moment Blake gave the command, A glowing blue sphere of electricity formed in Kanna's mouth. The next instant, she unleashed a thick bolt of lightning directly at the barrier. Bang! Crack! A series of explosive collisions echoed through the air as the barrier, strong enough to withstand attacks from ultimate-class devils, was shattered in an instant, revealing the scene inside. Hovering just above, Blake quickly took in the situation. A fallen angel with 10 black wings loomed over the battlefield, wielding an enormous sword of light. His expression radiated arrogance. Below him, 2 girls, Zenobia and Irina, stood in a massive crater, gripping their holy swords tightly. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and their breathing. Who is it, a dragon? Kokobil's expression darkened as his barrier was forcibly broken. He roared into the sky, but before he could finish, he saw the massive creature hovering above him. Stunned, he muttered in surprise. That is... In the crater below, Zenobia and Irina, both battered and covered in wounds, struggled to look up. Their ragged breaths caught in their throats as they saw the enormous white dragon soaring above them. Kokobil, a survivor of the three-way war. As the words fell, light footsteps echoed. Under the watchful eyes of Kokobil, Zenobia, and Irina, a figure emerged, standing atop the dragon's head. His silver hair swayed with the night wind, matching the dragon's pristine white scales. Crystal blue eyes gazed downward with calm intensity, locking onto Kokobil. Isn't this the rumored boyfriend of that little Gremory girl? Kokobil chuckled mockingly, his malicious eyes scanning Blake. I didn't expect a dragon to be your familiar. Now that's a surprise. He then burst into wild laughter, his voice filled with twisted amusement. Even unknown dragons are getting involved in my game. This is truly entertaining. He has a dragon of this caliber by his side. Zenobia and Irina were at a loss for words. They had been arrogant enough to challenge devils using only their holy swords. But now, standing before them wasn't just any devil. It was Blake, a warrior wielding the true Excalibur. And above them, a dragon powerful enough to annihilate them both with ease. Kanna, attack him, Blake said softly, paying no attention to Kokobil's laughter. Okay, big brother Blake. At Kanna's gentle yet firm response, cyan lightning crackled around her white-scaled body. The air vibrated from the sheer intensity of her power. The moment Blake leapt off her back, Kanna transformed into a blazing beacon of cyan lightning. Swoosh! A thick bolt of blue lightning sliced through the night sky, hurtling toward Kokobil. Ha ha ha! This lightning, it's almost on par with Barracuda's. So, ordinary dragon after all. Instead of fear, Kokobil's grin widened with excitement. His light sword flared, forming a massive blade of pure energy as he swung it toward the incoming attack. The two forces clashed in midair, locking in a fierce struggle. The impact generated deafening shockwaves, shaking the surroundings. Neither side gave an inch. This crow is stronger than I expected, Blake muttered, watching the battle unfold. He then turned his gaze to the 2 injured girls below and shook his head. You look terrible. Seems like he gave you quite the lesson. Act. Zenobia coughed, spitting blood. She forced a weak smile. Kokobil, he's a relic of the ancient war. We underestimated his power. Irina and we were defeated instantly. If he hadn't wanted to toy with us, we would have died in the first second. Yep, Irina gritted her teeth, struggling to sit up. We thought we had at least a 30% chance of completing the mission. But looking at this now, forget 30%, we have no chance at all. Blake sighed. I told you before, the church betrayed you. And as you just admitted, you never had a chance. Kokobil isn't even fighting seriously yet. Zenobia and Irina froze at his words. Blake's eyes narrowed as he analyzed Kokobil. Fallen angel cadre, Kokobil. Age. Strength, peak ultimate class, pseudo, Satan class. Luck value, 647. Notes, a minor villain in the world of High School DxD. A war-crazed madman. Strong compared to most beings, but still weaker than the old devils who devoured Ophus's snake to reach pseudo-Satan class. So, this guy's stronger than I originally thought. I figured he was mid-ultimate class at best. You're telling me this isn't his full strength? Zenobia and Irina asked in shock. Blake nodded. Yes. Despite how intense the fight seems, both Kanda and Kokabeel are only using about 10% of their power. They're holding back. He let the night breeze blow through his sleeves as he continued. If they truly fought at full power, just the aftermath will be enough to erase this entire city. Both girls shuddered. The reason they're holding back? Kokabeel doesn't want to ruin his next plan, and Kana is restraining herself because I told her to. Zenobia and Irina went silent, their faces pale. This is just 10%. The church actually sent us to fight this level of opponent. Seeing their shaken expressions, Blake smirked. If he wanted to win them over, he needed to shatter their faith in the church first. He had to make them witness true power, the kind of power that would make them realize how insignificant their mission truly was. Boom! At that moment, the battle above reached its breaking point. The intense collision of light and lightning created a massive energy sphere, twisting in on itself before violently exploding. The resulting shockwave tore through the air. The church, already weakened from the earlier battle, couldn't withstand the force. It shattered into rubble, sending debris flying everywhere. Blake didn't flinch. As the explosion neared, hundreds of swords materialized around him, forming an impenetrable barrier. The solid defense of pure sword energy blocked every piece of debris, deflecting the deadly force away. A sword wasn't just a weapon for attack, it could be a shield as well. This was the true mastery of one sword to rule all.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.